How's it going, everyone? My name's Kevin. Probably know me more as McLovin, so you can call me either. But we got a good game tonight. I was hoping to double up, but we can all see a bunch of people do that. Live vicariously through them. So let's see what happens. Get me starting with Brennan on the button. Joey's doing an unusual thing and he's folding. I've never seen him do that, so. Raven Bolt's going to be raising up to 20 here. Ursula calls. We should see some money going in here. This is a great flop for it. Yep. Logan bets 45. Ursula's calling. Even a better card, 9 of hearts. Oh, no money goes in on the turn. And that about locks it up.
How's it going, everyone? My name's Kevin.
Logan's going to get sneaky and check. Ursula doesn't fall for it, though.
We got a good game tonight.
Goes check, check.
I was hoping to double up, but, we can all see a bunch of people do that.
We got a lot of fun players on this table. Hoping to see some good all-ins.
Starting with Brennan on the button. Joey's doing an unusual thing and he's folding. I've never seen him do that. So.
Looking at that list, I can't name a person who hasn't stacked me
Raven Bolt's gonna be raising
off that list, so
Ursula calls.
that's always fun watching. We got our first straddle of the day.
Some money going in here. This is a great flop.
Lucky Duck for $10.
Yep. Logan bets 45. Ursula's calling. Even a better card, 9 of hearts. Oh,
Daryl called. Roberto raised it up to 30 with pocket eights. Not the best flop for pocket eights.
Logan's gonna get sneaky and check.
It's going to check around on the flop. Oh, I thought that was an 8.
Goes check, check.
Daryl's probably going to bet at this. Protect it from the flush.
We got a lot of
Oh no, it's checked around.
Hoping to see some good all-ins.
He still holds up though. Even though Lucky Duck and Roberta both had hearts. Robert's going to bet 30.
Looking at that list, I can't name a person who hasn't stacked me.
Lucky Duck calls with the 7-4.
That's always fun watching.
Standard play. Will Daryl be able to sniff it out? It looks like it.
Lucky Duck for $10.
And he does. 8's beat Lucky Duck. Lucky Duck doesn't beat the ace either, so it's going to scoop it.
Daryl called. Roberto raised it up to 30 with pocket eights. Not the best flop for pocket eights. It's going to check around on the flop. Oh, I thought that was it. Daryl's probably going to bet at this. Protect it from the flush. Oh no, it's checked around. It still holds up though. Even though Lucky Duck and Roberta both had hearts.
Daryl wins the chips and the button. Gonna start off with a few folds.
Robert's going to bet 30.
Joey's going to actually make the
Lucky
raise
calls
to 15.
with the 7-4. Standard play.
Daryl's in there. He's not in the best shape.
Will Daryl be able to sniff it out?
But he does hit the only thing that can help him, which is a 9.
And he
Joey's
does.
going to bet his flush draw.
8's beat.
9's still ahead.
Lucky Duck doesn't beat the ace either. So it's going to scoop it.
Goes check on the turn. Joey's going to hit the nuts on the river. At 25. Daryl's going to get away from it. Not a whole lot he beats out there. Flush draw hit, overcards hit.
Daryl wins the chips and the bun. Let's start off with a few folds. Joey's going to actually make the raise to 15. Daryl's in there. He's not in the best shape.
Oh, we got a new player coming
He
in.
does hit the only thing that can help him win.
That's who I think it is. I've only seen him crush tournaments. I haven't seen him play any cash yet, so that'll be interesting to see.
9's still ahead. Goes check.
Oh,
on the
looks
turn.
like everyone just folded.
Joey's going to hit the nuts on the river. At 25. Daryl's going to get away from it. Not a
They're
whole
giving
lot
us
he
two good shots of Robert right now, though, and Daryl.
Flush draw hit.
Can't
overcard.
complain about that. Here we go. Oh, no, I think I see Greg walking in. He's also stacked me a bunch, so just a bunch of people that have crushed me. Coming in on the 2 seat. Looks like everyone folds
Oh, yeah, new
except
player coming in.
for Sorf.
That's
I don't think that's his real name.
I've only seen him crush tournaments. I haven't seen
So,
him play any cash
but-
yet, so that'll be interesting to see.
Oh, and now he's 100% win rate. Takes down the $5.
Oh, looks like everyone is folded.
Ursula's gonna have the bun,
They're giving
Gonna
us
start on Lucky
shots of,
Duck.
Robert right now, though.
and he does live up to his name. I will tell you that, in my experience.
Complain about that.
Oh, he's gonna get out of the way. First hand for Javier. He's gonna raise it to
I see Greg
15.
walking in. He's also stacked me a bunch.
Daryl
A
calls.
bunch of people that have crushed me.
Roberto calls.
Coming in on the 2 seat.
Gonna go to the flop 3 ways.
Looks like everyone.
I don't know what Javier has, but I assume it's pocket 2s for him to keep betting like this.
I don't think that's.
That's
his real
20. Daryl gets out of the way.
name, so.
Robert calls. Bink's one of his cards. I don't know if it's good or not. If my read is right on the pocket 2s, he's way ahead right now. Looks like he bets 35. But Robert didn't call it a hit and fold. The river is an 8. That's Javier bets 50. Looks like Robert calls.
Ursula's gonna have the bun.
I believe Javier has a king.
And
So
he does live up to his name. I will tell you that.
okay, so I was close on the pocket 2s.
Oh, he's gonna get out of the way.
But sick turn card.
First hand for Javier. He's gonna raise it to 15. Daryl calls. Roberto calls.
Party bus rich. The minimum buy-in is usually $100. Just depending what game you play, but for this game I believe it's 100.
I don't know what Javier has, but I assume it's pocket 2s for him to keep betting like this. That's 20. Daryl gets out of the way.
But that's one of the funnest things to do is run $100 into a 1,000. I wouldn't know personally,
I don't know if it's good or not.
but
My read is
I've seen people and it looks pretty cool.
way ahead right now.
So, starting off with a few
Looks like he
folds,
bets 35.
getting to Sorf.
Robert didn't call it.
He's gonna call with my least favorite hand, King Jack.
The river is an 8.
Few limps. Rainbolt said he's sick of it. He's gonna raise it up to 25. Ursula calls,
Javier bets 50. Looks like Robert calls.
and Robert calls.
I believe
Gonna be
Robert
3 ways to a flop.
Javier has a king, so
Bam.
I was close on the
No
pot.
one really hits anything besides Robert bottom pair, which is good now. He's gonna bet it. Rainbolt thinks he has some over, so he's gonna call the 20.
Party bus rich. The minimum buy-in is usually
Ursula also
$50,
calls,
just depending what game.
and Robert just
This game, I believe, is
hits a little trips on the river, so nothing crazy. Rainbolt's probably gonna fold, and Ursula folds.
But that's one of the funnest things to do is run 100.
I really thought Rainbolt was gonna
I would
go all in there. I don't think Robert would have folded though.
Looks pretty cool. So, starting off with a few folds.
I actually don't drink coffee, so
He's gonna call it.
I do have a Dr. Pepper with me though.
King Jack. A few limps. Rainbolt said he's sick of it. He's gonna raise up to 25. Ursula calls. And Robert calls. Gonna be 3 ways to a flop. Damn. No one really hits anything besides Robert bottom pair, which is good now.
Oh, we're gonna start off with a whole bunch of folds.
Bet it.
Javier again. I'm putting him on
He has
pocket
some over, so
twos.
he's gonna call it 20.
Oh, one of these days I'll be right with it. There's gonna be heads up. Check, check.
Ursula also
Now we got a
called,
bet of looks like 10.
and Robert just
Joey shows the top pair
trips
bluff.
on the river, so
Some standard stuff.
Rainbolt's probably gonna fold, and Ursula folds. I really thought Rainbolt was gonna go all in there.
Javier, the big stack right now,
Robert would have folded that.
with a little over 1,000. Daryl's not is in second place, but he's got half his chips. So that shows you
Coffee.
how far ahead Javier is right now.
I do have a Dr. Pepper with me though.
Painters do like buying in for big stacks though, so I can't blame them. Believe the bun's on Joey. Sorf gonna limp with the ace jack. Daryl limps with the threes. These are the best starting hands we've seen. Javier with king queen. Rainbolt made it 25 with
Fold.
looks like everybody calling.
Javier
So,
again, put
no
in
one believes him.
twos. Oh, one of these days I'll be right with it. It's gonna be heads up.
Sorf gonna flop top 2, but Rainbolt also caught a piece of it, and Javier might get crazy with the open ender.
Joey shows the top pair bluff.
I don't know if Rainbolt will call.
Standard stuff.
Nah. Sorf bet the 75, so he's just telling everyone he's got a strong hand.
Javier, the big stack right now, with a little over 1,000. Daryl's not is in second place, but he's got half his chip, so that shows you how far ahead Javier is right now. Painters do like buying in for big stacks, though, so I can't
I just realized he's a Saints fan. Poor guy.
believe the bun's on Joey.
Gus, if you're listening, I'm sorry too.
Sorf gonna limp with ace jack.
It's a horrible problem to have.
With the threes. These are the best starting hands we've seen. Javier with king queen.
Daryl gets in the way. Robert in with the 6-3. Rainbolt, he limps with the ace-6 suited.
25 with, looks like everybody calling.
Lucky Duck looks like he's going to raise it to, I think, 30, and 30 it is. Javier's got king queen again, not suited this time though, so but he calls.
But Rainbolt also caught a piece of it. And
Rainbolt sneaks in there.
Open ender. I don't know if Rainbolt will call.
Good day for queens.
Sorf bet the 75, so he's just telling everyone he's got.
Robert might get cheeky though with his 6-3, might try to go for 2 pair. Looks like a bet of 75. I don't know for that price he will. No, he gets out of there. Heads up. And a jack. They don't know they're chopping yet, but they might bet each other off. I don't know. Both these people don't like folding, so. And right when I say that.
Gus, if you're listening, I'm sorry too.
Oh.
It's a horrible.
I apologize. It doesn't look like I thought he was about to throw his cards in. I'll be surprised if he does. And he does. Javier gets him off the chop.
He limps with the ace-6 suited.
I will tell him about this in 6 hours.
Lucky Duck looks like it's going to raise
But
it to
for now, it's between us.
30, and 30 it is.
Javier continues to grow his lead.
King Queen again, not suited this time though. So, but he calls. Rainbow
You can see Joey in the top right planning to 4-bet with aces and get beat by 7-5.
Good day for
So
queens. Robert might get cheeky though with his 6-3. Might try to go for 2 pair. Looks like a bet of 75. I don't know for that price he will. No, he gets out of there. Heads up.
gonna start on Robert. He calls.
They don't know they're chopping yet, but
Rainbow gets out of there. Ursula gets out of there. Lucky Duck. Not the best hands we've seen tonight. Looks like it's folding around. Besides Joey's, he bet 15 with ace-3. Daryl calls. Queens have been hot tonight. Let's see if he'll stay that way. It will not. I believe Joey has most of this board. Flopping a full house.
And he does.
He's going to check. Hope someone catches up.
I will tell him about this.
Looks like he bets 20. I think they'll just fold. Yeah, they get out of the way.
For now, it's between us. Javier continues.
He flopped too much of the board.
You can see Joey in the top right planning to 4-bet with aces. He get beat by 7-5. So.
Looks like Bun's going to start on Robert.
Let's start on Robert. He calls. Rainbow gets out of there. Ursula gets out of there. Lucky Duck. Not the best hands we've seen tonight.
We got a lot of folds. Javier raises it to 15 with Jack-9 of hearts, winning his hand in poker, but everyone else has 9 deuce, so they get out of the way.
Queens have been hot tonight.
And he continues
It will not.
to grow his stack.
I believe Joey has most of this board.
Doesn't seem like anyone can stop right now, and I think he's playing chess.
He's going to check. Hope someone catches up.
So I'm ranked 900 on there, so I can probably beat him.
I think they'll just fold. Yeah, they get out of the way.
Jared Ingram says they all suck,
Too much of the board.
but I don't know. They've all stacked me, so I don't know what that says about me. Logan's gonna be the button or Rainbow. My apologies. Ursula calls. Lucky Duck raises it to 30 with Ace Queen offsuit. Gonna fold around. Robert calls with the Jack-3. His cards are live, so
Looks like Bun's gonna
that is a fun hand to be in there with right now.
We got a lot of folds.
Looks like
Javier raises
we got a raise.
Jack-9 of
Oh
hearts.
no, we're on the flop now. That's what we call bet.
Poker, but everyone else has 9 deuce.
Rainbow makes it 55. Lucky Duck gets out of the way. Rainbow takes it down.
Doesn't seem like anyone can stop right now, and I think he's playing chess. I'm ranked 900 on there, so I can probably beat him. Jared Ingram says they all suck. But
You can see the average stack's about 300 right now.
that says about me. Logan's gonna be the button or Rainbow. My apologies. Ursula calls. Lucky Duck raises it to.
Getting some good
30
shots of
with
Lucky
Ace
Duck.
Queen
He's gonna have King 10
offsuit.
offsuit, and he thinks it's a good hand, so he's gonna raise it to 30.
His cards are live, so.
Javier calls again. I can't see his hand for right now, but I think it's the pocket twos. So that's what I'm gonna put him on. Robert calls with the Ace Queen. He's gonna flop top pair.
Looks like.
Gonna have Lucky Duck destroyed, and if my read's right,
Now, that's what we call
Javier's that much further behind.
55. Duck gets out of the way.
Lucky Duck's going to bet 40, though.
Now.
Oh, Javier gets crazy with the pocket twos. Robert ships it for 195. And I think we'll just get out of his way. Oh, no, Lucky Duck's going to put his name to the test, see if he can get his way out of this. He's got an 18% chance to win this hand. So, not the best odds. But I have seen him win with less. We got some love for Lucky Duck in the chat. 4 and a 9. He can only hit a queen or runner. And there's a queen. Yeah, so Lucky Duck's living up to his name. I thought they finally were going to get him, but not today.
Javier calls. Again, I can't see his hands right now, but I think it's the pocket twos. So that's what I'm going to put him with. Robert calls with the ace queen. He's going to flop top pair. Going to have Lucky Duck destroyed. And if my read's right, Javier's that much further behind. Lucky Duck's going to bet 40, though. Javier gets crazy.
Lucky Duck needed a queen, so he knew it was going to come on the second board, or else he would have ran it once. But
for 195.
We got Jared confessing his
He'll just get out of his way.
very much attraction to Lucky Duck, and I can't blame him.
Name to the test. See if he can get his way out of this. He's got
Not everyone can pull off a
chance to win this hand.
backwards black hat, so.
Not the best.
But he's doing it. Oh, it's got some red letters on it. I thought it was all.
We got some love for Lucky Duck.
Javier's going to open under the gun to 15 with Queen 7, which is, I think, a great hand. And everyone believes him.
And there's a queen. Yeah, so Lucky Duck's living up to his name. I thought they finally were going to get him, but not today.
Daryl's making sure he didn't drop any chips in the bottom left there. I think he found some. He must have dropped 1 or 2. Oh, but he's good. Bun's going to start on Javier. Joey's going to limp, which means he might have aces. Jack Knight of clubs, though. We've been seeing that a few times tonight, so that's good. It has been hot.
Lucky Duck needed a queen.
Sorf, I don't know exactly, but he limps. Rainbolt's going to make it 25. And, oh, okay. They get out of the way.
We got Jared confessing his very much attraction to Lucky Duck.
Joey knew the 9 wasn't coming this time.
Not everyone can pull off a backwards black hat, so. But he's doing it. Oh, it's got some red letters on it. I thought it was all. Javier's going to open under the gun to 15 with Queen 7, which is, I think, a great hand. And everyone believes him.
Bun's going to start on Joey, so he'll get a good starting hand probably. Just for the live stream, that's how it works sometimes.
Daryl's making sure he didn't drop any chips in the bottom left there.
Sorf gets out of the way. Daryl's out of there with the Jack 3, which has been flopping decent tonight for what it is. Oh, but Robert's got some of his outs in a little worse hand. Rainbow makes it 15 with Ace-Jack of hearts. Ursula calls
Jack Knight of clubs, though. We've been seeing that a few times.
with Ace-5 offsuit. So she's not in the best shape right now. Lucky Duck 3 bets to 55 with.
Gonna make it 25.
I'll put him on pocket 3s. I'll say he's got pocket 3s. And then Javier calls. Rainbow calls.
Joey knew the 9 wasn't
Ursula looks like she's going to call. Four ways to a flop. This is going to be our biggest hand. And I believe it is. There's a jack right there. So Rainbolt's going to stay ahead.
Joey, so he'll get a good starting hand probably.
Ursula ships it.
Just for the live stream.
She's not going to like what she sees, though. She'll be drawn to a 5 or runner diamonds if Logan calls.
Jack 3, which has
Lucky Duck folds his 3s. Javier gets out of the way.
what it is. Oh, but
Logan's going to
Robert's got some
call.
of his outs.
Oh, no. He's going to think about it.
Rainbow makes it 15 with Ace-Jack of hearts. Ursula calls.
It's 145 into about 200.
5 offsuit. So she's not in the best shape right now.
A little over 200. I don't even know how to do pot odds, but I think it's looking good.
I'll put him on pocket 3s.
Oh, and,
He's got pocket.
and he does fold.
And then Javier calls.
I guess I didn't see that coming. He shows the ace to Ursula,
Looks like she's gonna call.
but she doesn't care. She's thinking about what she's buying for lunch tomorrow because she just stole from Logan.
4 ways to a flop. This is gonna be our biggest hand.
But, it'll be a nice lunch. So that was a good shove by Ursula.
Jack right there.
I think I saw Jenny there. She must be going up to the cage to buy some chips.
So Rainbolt's gonna stay ahead.
I can't believe Rainbow folds that. But he is a more winning player than I am, so who am I to say?
She'll be drawing to a 5 or runner diamonds. If
Daryl's going to start out hot with the 7-3 offsuit.
Lucky Duck folds his 3.
He does not
moves out
raise.
of the way.
That's surprising.
Logan is gonna call.
Robert gets in there at the Queen 10. My apologies.
It's 145 into about 200.
Lucky Duck gets in there. Sorf gets in there. I do like saying that name, though. And this is a good flop. Robert and Sorf both have the same hand. They flop top pair.
Looking good.
And Lucky Duck
On it.
flops a second nut flush draw. So,
I guess.
oh, Robert just ships it immediately.
He shows the ace to.
I think he'll get Sorf off the chop. I don't think he'll get
She's thinking about
Lucky Duck off the call, though.
because she just stole from Logan.
Yeah, Lucky Duck, I think, if I'm looking at that right,
That'll
shipped
be a
it.
nice lunch. That was a good shove by Ursula. I think I saw Jenny there.
And I don't see how Sorf calls this now.
Buy some chips.
Unless he makes a read. I can't. Oh, he does. Oh, he folds. I got excited there.
Rainbow folds. But
So he's got about 1/5 the deck,
so
but it's a flip.
who am I to say?
That doesn't help him. Oh, they're running it twice. He bricks the first one, so Robert stays ahead. And the second one,
He does not raise. That's surprising.
Lucky Duck used up all of his luck hitting that queen earlier.
Queen 10. My apologies.
He had the world this time and it missed. So Robert doubles up.
Lucky Duck gets in there.
Yeah, Ruben, I don't
do like.
know.
And this is good.
He was scared. I guess he had a read on Ursula that we didn't see.
Flop top
So,
pair. And Lucky Duck.
but yeah, that was definitely
Second nut flush draw.
a by the book or
Oh,
I don't know. I don't want. I'm being around the bush. That was definitely a fold I wouldn't have made.
Sorf off the chop. I don't think he'll get Lucky Duck off the call though. Yeah, Lucky Duck.
Why do you think you call there, Ruben?
I'm looking at that right. Shipped it.
With the ace jack?
And I don't see how Sorf calls this now.
Lucky Duck's texting
Unless he
someone.
makes a read, I can't. Oh, he does. Oh, he folds.
They owe him luck, so he needs it right now. So they're probably gonna send it on
So he's
Venmo
got
or
about
Zelle.
1/5 the deck, but it's a flip. That doesn't.
Okay, I saw 20 in front of him. I thought that's what he rebought for, but it looks like he's back in for another 500.
Stays ahead. And the second one. Lucky Duck used up all.
Robert
his
makes it
money in that
15 with King 10.
queen. He had the world this time and it missed. So Robert doubles up.
Lucky Duck wakes up with
Yeah, but
jacks.
I don't know. He was scared. I guess he had a read on Ursula that we.
He's
didn't
gonna make it 55. Folds back to Robert. He
see.
calls.
That was definitely a buy the
Janie's got the pocket 5. She's thinking on what she wants to do.
I'm being around the bush. That was definitely a fold I wouldn't have made.
I imagine she's just gonna set farm here though.
Why do you think you call there, Ruben? With the ace jack?
And she's calls.
Texting someone.
She's hoping for a 5.
They owe him luck, so he needs it right now. So they're probably gonna send it on Venmo or Zelle.
Oh, I thought that was a 5 in the window.
I saw
Just
20.
3-9 queen.
That's what he rebought for, but it looks like he's back in for.
No one really likes this board. Lucky Duck's still ahead, but the queen is out there, so there is an over.
Robert makes a 15 with.
But he is not scared of it, it looks like. He wants Robert's money back from last hand. So he bets 125. I don't see how Robert calls here. Oh, maybe.
Lucky Duck wakes up with jacks.
Lucky Duck did hit a gut shot on him earlier, so he might try to do the same.
He's gonna make it 55. Folds back to Robert. He calls. Jenny's got the pocket.
Oh, but Robert gets out of the way.
He wants to do.
Not this time. Jenny, I don't see calling here, but she might have a read on Lucky Duck. Or feel a 5 coming. I haven't seen many tonight, so there has to be a few due.
And she's calls. She's hoping for a 5.
She's explaining to everyone she needs a 5. I think so. I'm trying to work on my lip reading game.
3-9 queen.
And she does not believe it.
No one really likes this board.
Robert throws in his cards
Lucky
again.
Duck's still ahead, but
Lucky Duck shows the jack.
it isn't over.
Someone might say they had a queen.
But he is not scared of it, it
But
looks like.
the stream will show.
He wants Robert to
Yeah, Ruben, I figured. I don't know. The only thing I could see was
Oh, maybe.
he must have thought there was a set of 5s or 4s out there. So
On him earlier, so he might try to do the
But-
same.
might have gone runner, diamond or 5. So might have been a good fold.
Oh, but Robert gets out of the way. Not this time. Jenny, I don't see calling here, but she might have a read on Lucky Duck.
All right, Jenny's gonna have ace 10 limps. Lucky Duck makes it
I haven't seen many
with the
tonight,
gimp
so
hand,
it has to be
ace
a read.
9. Javier's got ace 5. A lot of aces out there. Daryl gets in there, queen 10. We've been seeing queen 10 a lot.
She's explaining.
And then the 9-4 gets in there because at this point there's so much money in there, why not?
Work on my lip reading game. And she does not believe
There are the 5s. That's what we needed last hand. Javier,
Robert throws in
with-
his cards again.
like the 4th worst hand, flops almost everyone almost dead.
Someone might say they had a queen.
Gonna
She
check.
doesn't,
Lucky Duck bet
so. Yeah,
60.
I figured.
He can almost.
I don't know,
He's
I
almost giving it to
all I
Javier
could
now.
see was,
Might as well.
he must have thought there was a set of 5s or 4s out there. So
Jenny gets out of the way. Turn doesn't change much. I don't know if Lucky Duck will keep representing what he did on the flop. He slows it down. Check, check. Jack. Lucky Duck might make a stab at this. Might put Javier on a missed flush. Oh, I guess he checked. I'm way behind. Javier bets 75.
And ace 9. Javier's got ace 5. A lot of aces out there. Daryl gets in there, queen 10. We've been seeing queen 10 a lot. And then the 9-4 gets in there because
And Lucky Duck makes a good
this
fold.
point there's so much money in there. Why
That is a weird board though. Sometimes ace 9 is good there.
There are the 5s.
I don't know.
That's what we did last hand. Javier,
Look, Javier gets back up to 1300.
the 4th worst hand, flops almost.
We got Lucky Duck behind him with 535. And still with most people around 300 to 400.
Lucky Duck bet 60. He's almost giving it to Javier now. Might as well. Then he gets out of the way. Turn doesn't change much. I don't know if Lucky Duck will keep representing what he did on the flop. He slows it down. Check, check. Jack.
Got a lot of folds happening.
Lucky Duck might make a
Rainbolt's on the button.
Might put Javier on a missed flush. No.
A lot of folds.
I'm way behind.
And we're at action. I don't know. I believe it's between Rainbolt and Roberto. It is. Not the best flop for either hand, but they do flop top pair. Robert does have
Lucky Duck makes a good fold.
a flush draw with it though.
That is a weird board though. Sometimes ace 9 is good there.
Logan thinking about calling. He is ahead now, but
Javier gets back up
with
to
that 7 of
1300.
spades, Roberto has better odds, and he gets out of the way.
Behind him with 535. And still with most people around 300 to 400.
One's gonna be on Ursula. Gonna start with Jenny.
Got a lot of folds happening. Rainbolt's on the button.
And she's coming out firing. She makes it, I believe, 25. Yeah, 25.
A lot of folds. And we're at action. I don't know.
I can't see her card. We'll put her on pocket fours, though.
Roberto.
Javier makes a call with ace 4. He's been doing really good with the ace and small cards, so let's see if that can keep up. But if there is a 4, that means
Robert does have
Jenny hits her set of 4s, I assume.
flush draw with it though.
Oh, there it is. Jenny's got a set of fours,
Logan thinking about calling.
I think.
He is ahead now, but with that 7 of spades, Roberto has better odds, and he gets out of the way.
For right now, though, Javier did flop a 4 with his ace. Daryl doesn't have much right now. Sadly, no diamonds on this flop. Jenny bets, I believe, 35. Yeah. Call. Daryl gets out of the way. 8.
One's going to be on Ursula. And to start with Jenny.
Jenny rips it. It looks like Javier gets out of the way.
And she's coming out firing.
I'll assume that I think my read was right on this set of fours, though. Looking at that now.
Can't see her card. We'll put her on pocket fours, though. Javier makes a call with ace-4. He's been doing really good with the ace and small cards, so let's see if that can keep up. But if there is a 4, that means Jenny hits her set of fours, I assume. Oh, there it is. Jenny's got a set of fours, I think.
Jenny won the pot and the button, so we're going to start on Lucky Duck, but he's not here right now.
For right now, though, Javier did...
He folded a fun hand, too. Ace-7 of clubs.
Daryl doesn't have much right now. Sadly, no diamonds on this flop. Jenny bets, I believe, 35.
Roberto raises. Looks like everyone
Daryl
folds.
gets out of the way. 8. Jenny rips it. Looks like Javier gets out of the way. I'll assume that I think my read was right on the set of fours, though. Looking at that now.
Alright, action's going to get started. Joey's going to make it 15 with pocket 10s. Sorf is out of the way with 7-3. Daryl's in there with the 5s again. Roberto and Rainbow got some aces.
Jenny won the pot.
Rainbow's going to raise it, though.
Lucky Duck, but he's not here.
Looks like to 70. Ursula's going to get it away. Same with Jenny. Back on Joey.
Folded a fun hand too, ace 7.
He's just going to call. Looks like everyone calls that called the original 20.
Looks like everyone folds.
And we see Queen 4 Jack. Not the best flop for pocket 10s. Joey, Daryl check. Robert check. Logan flop middle pair. But he's going to play it safe right now with the queen out there. I thought that was a 5. I really think we're going to hit a 5 here. Or at least one time this stream. Joey checks. He wants to get to showdown. Check.
Alright, action's gonna get started.
Robert checks.
Joey's gonna
Logan's seeing enough, so it looks like 100.
Sorf is out of the way with 7-3. Daryl's in there with the 5s again. Roberto and Rainbow got some aces. Rainbow's gonna raise it though.
Joey gets out of the way.
Looks like
Daryl.
70. Ursula's gonna get it away. Same with Jenny.
Robert gets out of the way. He shows the ace jack.
He's just gonna call.
He keeps showing ace jack. He always shows it. Fold or when he bets 100.
Looks like everyone calls that called the original 20. And we see Queen 4 Jack. Not the best flop for pocket 10s.
He's explaining to people
Joey
how he
Daryl
played
check,
ace jack well right there. I imagine.
Logan flop middle pair.
And he did. So,
Play it safe
more
right now.
power to him.
Out there. I thought that was a 5. I really think we're gonna hit a 5 here, or at least one time this game. Joey checks. He wants to get the showdown.
Get a start on Joey. Sorf. Well, there goes a lot of clubs. So hopefully no one goes looking for those.
So it looks like 100.
Rainbow's got 9 deuce. No, he doesn't want to play it. Ursula calls with the 10-8. Jenny gets in there. Can't see her hand right now.
Joey gets out of the way. Daryl. Robert gets out of the way.
Checks around. Jenny bets 15.
Bets 100.
I put her on quads. Doesn't, or bets 20. Doesn't get any value out of it. No, she had king 6. All right, that was my second guess. V-Pip. Robert's up there at the top with Javier and Rainbow.
He's explaining to people.
Lucky Duck and Daryl got about the same. And then everyone else is about 20.
And he did. So, more power to him. Get a start on Joey. Sword. Oh, there goes a lot of clubs. So hopefully no one gets.
Everyone folds up to Jenny. She calls for the 5.
Rainbow
Lucky Duck gets out of the way. Javier's in there. Joey
calls
checks.
with the 10-8. Jenny gets in there. Can't see her hand right now.
And we got a 5. Man, these 5s are coming out. Someone's going to have pocket 5s and hit it eventually tonight. But for right now, they're just hitting the board when no one's got it.
Checks around.
Joey bets 10. I don't see either people calling.
Jenny
And
bets
they do not. Takes it down.
quads. Or bets 20. Doesn't get any value out of it. No, she had king 6. Alright, that was my second guess. V-Pip. Robert's up there at the top with Javier and Rainbow. Lucky Duck and Daryl got about the same. And everyone else is about 20.
Action's going to start with Daryl. He looks at 2 cards that are horrible. I don't know what they are, but he got rid of them.
Calls for the 5. Lucky Duck gets
Jack 8 of clubs. That's actually not too bad.
Joey checks.
Robert calls, but 2 of the clubs got folded away. Ursula Jenny call.
We got a 5.
Oh, Lucky Duck wakes up with aces.
That pocket 5
He's making eye contact with a lot of people.
they're just hitting the board when no one's got it.
Makes it big with 50.
Joey bets 10. I don't see either people calling. Maybe not. Takes
Sorf is going to see if he's bullion, but Sorf is not in the best shape. He's got ace jack. We did see 1 or 2 jacks folded, so that's not good for him. Robert calls with the king 3 of clubs. Let's see. Oh, 2 clubs. And a backdoor straight draw for Roberto. Oh, Javier's blocking the action.
action's going to start with Daryl.
Lucky Duck's going to want to protect his hand. Looks like he bets 100. Roberto calls immediately. He's got 5 outs right now, and he hits it.
I don't know what they are, but he got rid of
He hits it.
Jack 8 of clubs. That's actually not too bad.
He goes all in, takes a big breath.
Clubs got folded away.
Lucky Duck makes a good fold there.
Ursula Jenny call. Oh, Lucky Duck wakes up with aces. He's making eye contact with a lot of people. Makes it big with 50.
Lucky Duck started up living up to his name, but not the best run after that. Let's see if he can turn it around.
Is going to see if he's bullion. Source is not in the best shape. He's got ace jack. We did see 1 or 2 jacks folded, so that's not good for him. Robert calls with the king 3 of clubs. Let's see. Oh, 2 clubs. And a backdoor straight draw for Roberto.
Button on Daryl. I'm going to start with Roberto. He gets out of there.
Javier's blocking the action.
Rainbow gets out of there. Ursula makes it 20 with pocket 6s.
Lucky
Jenny's going to call with ace jack. Lucky.
So he bets 100. Rob,
It says Javier folded jacks.
he's got 5
Oh, he's not at the
now.
table right now.
He hits it.
Ah, that's a shame.
He goes all in, takes a big.
We'll have to tell him that, but I guess in 4 hours.
Lucky Duck makes a good fold there.
Daryl checks. Ursula. This is the best flop for pocket 6s, so she's going to bet 45.
Lucky Duck started up living
Jenny might get a little tricky with the ace of clubs.
After that. Let's see if they can turn it around.
2 overs, so not in the worst shape possible. She's looking at Ursula's stat. And she does call. She's looking for an ace, jack, or a club.
Going on Daryl. I'm gonna start with Roberto. He gets
Daryl gets out of the way.
Rainbow
Not the best turn for her. Let's see if Ursula will keep betting at it. She checks.
gonna call with ace jack. Lucky.
Jenny
Says
checks.
Javier folded jacks. Oh, he's not at the table right now.
Looks like check. I don't. Yeah, it's a 10. Let's see if Jenny will bet at this.
We'll have to tell him that, but
She pulls her sleeve back. She's got some chips in her hand. It looks like she might.
Daryl checks. Ursula. This is the best flop for pocket sixes. So she's gonna
Ah, she checks it down. Ursula shows the sixes, which are good.
Jenny might get a little tricky with the ace of clubs.
Javier would have had more chips if he just stayed in his seat. He would have had pocket jacks.
He's looking at Ursula's.
But it would have been interesting if he would have called or how that would have played out. There's a few overcards.
And she does call. She's looking for an ace, jack, or a club. Daryl gets out of the way. Not the best turn for her. Let's see if Ursula will keep betting at it. She checks.
Rainbow gets out of the way. Ursula's in there with 10-9.
Jenny checks.
Jenny calls as well. Lucky duck.
Looks like check.
Doesn't feel lucky with the 9-3.
Let's see if Jenny will bet at this.
Javier makes it 15 with 7-6.
She pulls her sleeve
Rainbolt's
back.
had enough of this. He's leaving.
She's got some chips in her hand. It looks
But who
like
knows
she
if he
might.
comes back.
Oh,
4
she
to a
checks it
flop.
down. Ursula shows the sixes.
I believe that's Robert who bet 20. Or Javier bet 25 and then Robert called. He's got 2 overs and a gut shot. He has been running good tonight, so let's see if he can
Javier
keep
would
it
have
up.
More chips if he just stayed in his seat. He would have
Jenny's got middle pair. 3 ways to a turn.
Interesting if he would have called or how that would have played out. There were a few overcards.
Make some quick change. And the middle pair improves. She's got trip. She checks it, though, to deceive. Javier's going to tell the same story. Gets rid of Roberto. I don't think he'll get rid of Jenny, though.
Who gets out of the way? Ursula's in there with 10-9.
I believe, she went it all in for 200.
Lucky duck. Doesn't feel lucky with the 9-3.
Looks like Javier might not believe her.
15 with 7-6.
He does have some outs, though, with the straight draw. And a 6.
Rainbolt's had enough of this. He's leaving.
There's a lot of money already in this pot, though, so he might have to. And he does. He calls it 200. They're going to run it once. Does not improve.
I believe that's Robert who bet 20.
Oh, he gets ready to flip over. Yep.
Or Javier
King
bet
5's going to
25,
take this one down.
and then Robert called. He's got 2 overs.
Kenzie's double checking the stack.
He has been running good tonight.
She's like, yeah, these are red
Keep it
chips.
up. Jenny's got middle.
Javier takes his first big loss for the night. Still has a lot of money in front of him, but
Makes some quick change. And the middle pair improves. She's got trip. She checks it though to deceive. Javier's gonna tell the same story. Gets rid of Roberto.
if I did the math right, the bun should be on Rainbow. So that means Ursula will be first to go.
I believe she went
Or
over
act.
for 200.
First to go sounds bad. Oh, no, it doesn't. But she does go.
Looks like Javier
And she might actually be going. Yeah, she is going. Okay, that was a great
has
choice
some
of
outs,
words.
though, with the straight draw.
Jenny makes it 15. Let's see if she can win back to back.
Though, so he might have to. And he
With
does.
pocket sixes. She has. We have seen that on that side of the table tonight.
They run it once.
They haven't hit a 6, but they have won. Lucky Duck and Javier call.
King 5's gonna
Or Lucky Duck makes it 35, excuse me. Javier calls with the ace 7 of diamonds. Roberto's in there. Pocket 2s most likely. Jenny calls with the 6s. And it's close, but no 6 this time.
It's his first big loss for the night. Still has a lot of money in front of him, but
Javier has a pretty good flop for his hand, but he bets 50 into it. Roberto gets out of there. Jenny might want to beat Javier twice, though. Might make this call. She's not going to be in the best of shape.
Ursula will be first.
But we have seen some hands get lucky tonight. She doesn't want to test it.
First we're gonna say.
Lucky Duck gets out of the way.
But she does go.
They run it out. I don't know what it was, though.
Yeah, she is going. Okay, that was a great choice of word.
You can see Lucky Duck's the aggressive one tonight,
Let's see if she can win back.
with Rainbow and Javier around the same.
With pocket sixes.
Roberto and Joey about
I've seen
15.
that on that side of the table tonight.
And then Ursula
They haven't hit
and
us,
Ginny.
they have one.
And I think I read that right. Sorf and Daryl have not raised it once pre-flop, but I don't know about that.
Or Lucky Duck makes it 35, excuse me. Javier
We've seen
calls
some
it
action.
37.
They have called a lot pre-flop, though.
In there. Pocket twos most likely. Jenny calls with the sixes. I was close, but no six this time.
Jared, you're lucky tonight. We keep seeing images of Lucky Duck's black cat,
Bets
so
50 into it.
we're getting an eyeful.
Roberto gets out of there.
Jenny calls with the Queen 8 of diamonds. Javier folds. Joey gets out of the way. Sorf
Beat Javier twice.
makes it 20, and Daryl calls with pocket
In the
10s.
best of shape.
Roberto wakes up with Ace King suited,
Lucky tonight.
makes it 75.
Lucky Duck gets out of the way.
Jenny gets out of the way. Back on Sorf. Sorf calls.
See Lucky Duck's the aggressive one.
I think Daryl just calls. It's going to be a little bit awkward. He is ahead right now, but it's going to be an awkward hand to play out, I think.
Roberto and Joey about 15.
But let's go 3 ways to a flop.
And then Ursula and Ginny.
Tens are a little weird here.
I think I read that right.
And yeah, the eight, if I see that right, the ace did peel off. Yep.
I don't know about that.
Sorf is behind right now, but he flops the nut flush draw, and he open jams it. Daryl's going to get all the way with the tens. I think Robert calls. He sees the news. He's ahead right now, but he is dodging a decent amount.
Images of
And the flush hits.
so we're getting an eyeful.
Robert's in disbelief.
Ginny calls with the Queen 8 of diamonds.
And Sorf gets lucky and hits one of his outs.
Joey gets out of the way.
But
Sorf
he did have a lot of outs, so.
makes it 20, and Daryl calls with pocket tens. Roberto wakes up with ace
And we're on to the
king
next
suited,
hand.
Makes it 75.
That was a brutal run out for Ace King. I thought he was going to be clean, but
Gets out of the way. Back on
poker's a cruel mistress.
Sorf calls. I think Daryl just called. It's going to be a little bit awkward. He is ahead right now, but it's going to be an awkward hand to play out, I think.
We see some iced coffee on the railing there.
Tens are a little weird here.
Someone drank about 1/3 of it.
Yeah, the
But
eight, if I
they
see
called
that,
it a
the ace
day.
did Peel off. Yep.
I think it's rain bolts, and I almost hit him with my car pulling in here,
He's
so
behind right now, but he
I can't
flops
say
the
too
nut
much
flush draw, and he
about
he
him.
open jams it.
Looks like we got some action. Javier, I believe, is a pre-flop raiser. Yeah, he makes it 20. Sorf, again with spades.
He sees
Ace Queen this time.
He's ahead right
He's
now,
going to
but
call.
He is dodging a decent amount.
Roberto makes it 120. He might be a little upset about the last hand. Ginny on the button wakes up with eights, though.
And Sorf gets lucky and hits one of his outs.
Robert's looking for some revenge. And I don't know what he has, but he might get it because a few aces have been folded.
And we're on to the next hand. That was a brutal run out for Ace King. I thought he was.
Sorf's thinking what to do. And he gets away from it. Wow. Folds the ace queen.
We see
He didn't believe it. He could win 2 in a row. And we didn't. Unfortunately, we didn't get to see Robert's hand. They're talking about it, though. I don't know if they're shaking heads because they were ahead or behind.
I can't say too much.
I don't know. Do you make that fold, Ruben?
Looks like we got some action. Javier, I believe, is a pre-flop raiser. Yeah, he makes it 20. Sorf, again with spades. Ace Queen this time. He's going to call. Roberto makes it 120. He might be a little upset about the last hand. Ginny on the button wakes up with eights, though.
Looks like we got a lot of folds. Can't see the action just yet. Javier, he's going to raise under the gun to
I
20.
don't know what he has, but he might get it. His
I'll put him on pocket twos again.
aces have been folded.
Robert's got the fours.
Sorf's thinking what to do. And he gets away from it. Wow.
And we got 4 going to a flop. Tens are hot tonight, at least in people's hands. From what I see, that doesn't hit anyone, leaving Robert ahead.
He didn't believe it. He could win 2 in a row. And unfortunately, we didn't get to see
5 on the turn. Still doesn't improve anyone.
talking about it, though.
Javier checks.
I don't know if they're taking
Checks.
is there a
Checks
head or
around.
line?
I think that's a
Make
6.
that fold, Ruben.
It is. Leaving a 4-liner. Robert does have the low end of the straight. Looks like he calls. Javier shows his hand. I think there's a 9 in there. So that'll be the top end.
Looks like we got a lot of folds. Can't see the action just yet. Javier.
Yeah, 10-9 of hearts.
Under the gun to 20.
Just rivered the nuts.
I put him on pocket twos.
Nothing crazy. Well, I think...
Robert's got the
No, the 6 made it, yeah. But that's Javier. He should change his name to Lucky Duck.
And we got 4 going to a flop. Tens are hot tonight, at least in people's hands.
Good start on Joey. If my read on him is right, he likes his first card. Don't tell him I have that read though. He is smiling too. This is yep.
5 on the turn. Still doesn't
He's gonna limp
anyone.
with the 5.
Javier checks.
Queen Jack has been a popular hand tonight. Same with King Queen, which Daryl has.
I think that's a 6. It is.
Daryl's gonna raise it
Leaving a 4-liner.
to 35 with King Queen offsuit.
Robert does
He's
have
getting
the
aggressive with his hand. He is ahead right now though of everything we've seen.
he calls.
Jenny gets out of the way with A7. Ursula folded King 5, so there's 1 king gone.
There's a 9 in there. So that'll be the top end.
Lucky Duck calls.
10-9 of hearts.
Joey calls. I imagine because Lucky Duck. Although he's not in the best shape unless he can flop a queen.
Yeah. That's
And Daryl does flop the nuts.
should change his name.
And if Lucky Duck is lucky to get away from this, he does flop top 2 pair, which is going to be hard. But he does have runner spades.
His start
He
on
likes to
Joey.
see if Ginny's in the hand.
If my read on him is right, he likes his first card. Don't tell him I have that read though.
He put some chips in. I don't know if that's a call or all in.
He's smiling too.
He is all in.
Yep.
And I don't see Daryl folding this.
With the 5.
So he calls.
Queen Jack has been a popular hand tonight. Same with King.
Brutal hand.
Daryl has.
Let's see if he can improve. No spade. Only Daryl's going to stay with the
35
nuts.
with King Queen offsuit. He's getting aggressive with his hand. He is ahead right now though of everything we've seen.
Looks like Lucky Duck wants to leave, but he
Jenny gets
does
out
have about
of the
$50
way
to
with
$60.
Ursula folded King 5, so there's 1 king going.
He takes it. He's calling it a night.
Lucky Duck.
He
calls.
takes his black jacket with his black
Joey
shirt
calls,
and black hat,
because
and
Lucky Duck.
we'll never see him again. Besides on camera
He's
2
not in the best shape unless he can flop a queen.
and camera 1. He came back around.
Daryl does
All right,
have
we
the
saw him a
nuts.
few more times, and we might see him again. But for right now, that's
Duck
it.
is lucky to get away from
Just
this.
some
He has
brutal
the
runouts.
pair, which is gonna be hard. But he does have runner spades.
Feel sorry for the guy, but
He likes to see if Ginny's in the hand.
looks like it's gonna start on
Put some
Sorf.
chips in. I don't know if that's a call or all in. He is all in, and I don't see Daryl folding this. So he calls. Brutal hand. See if he can improve. No spade.
I thought that was Lucky Duck again. The black shirt confused me.
Daryl's got
Rainbolt's
the
moving to seat 1.
nuts.
He didn't push his chair in. No one taught him manners, but
Wants to leave, but he
we'll keep going.
does have about 50 to 60.
We have a lot of clubs and 10s again.
He takes it. He's calling it a night.
Rainbolt immediately moves and gets pocket 10s. He's going to make it 20. Oh, Robert actually made it 25, and Rainbolt just calls. Daryl calls with a 5 deuce, I think. And there's a first set we've seen,
All right, we saw him.
if I remember correctly. I have hit my head a few times, so. Robert jams.
Brutal runouts.
Rainbolt snap calls, and I don't see Daryl doing anything with this unless he wants to get crazy. I believe they're talking about running it multiple times. I don't know what they agreed on. Looks like they did it twice. Rainbolt stays clean on the first one, and it looks like the second one. So he immediately moves and doubles up. Robert's going to take a break. And we got a new player to the table.
Lucky duck again. Black shirt confusing. Rainbolt's moving to seat 1.
Logan smiling about it.
No one taught him manners, but we'll keep going. We have a lot of clubs and 10s again. Rainbolt immediately moves and gets pocket 10s.
Oh, Logan must be in good acquaintance with this guy. He just gave him some chips. I imagine he bought him.
And there's a first set we've seen.
That or Logan might just be happy right now and giving out money.
I have hit my head a few times.
He owes me $10 from like a month ago. Still haven't got that, but won't talk about it.
Calls, and I don't see Daryl doing anything with this unless he wants to get crazy. I believe they're talking about running it multiple times. I don't know what they agreed on.
The $10 was for a Netflix subscription only I use, so
First one, and it looks like the second one.
don't know why he won't pay me. We got a few folds.
So he immediately moves and doubles up.
We had a few limpers to Sorf on the button with pocket queens. He's not going to check, so he makes it 55. Jenny gets out of the way. Javier and Joey got the same hand. They get out of the way. Sorf takes it down. Oh, Robert's back at the table.
Logan must be
He's looking for revenge after Rainbow got lucky on him.
gave him some chips. I imagine he bought them.
Javier's still at the top with the most chips. Logan
Logan might just be
a little bit behind him.
He owes
Or
me
Rainbow.
$6 from like a month ago. Still haven't got that, but won't talk about it.
Robert's back, and he's going to be first to act. Let's see what he does.
The $10 was
He throws out a chip. I believe it's a call.
So don't know why he won't pay me.
Everyone calls up to Ursula with pocket nines. She makes it 35.
We had a few limpers to Sorf on the button with pocket queens. He's not going to check. So he
Rainbolt with tens again. Let's see if he can get lucky.
Jenny gets out of the way.
And he's just calling with the tens again. Last time that happened, he flopped his set.
Javier and Joey got the same hand.
Bill has one of his tens,
Sorf takes it.
so not looking the best, but he is ahead right now, so he doesn't need to catch up. Daryl with the 5-4 of spades on the button calls. Roberto calls with a 9-4 of diamonds, and Bill's in there with the queen 10.
Robert's back at the table.
And she does flop a 9.
He's looking for revenge.
Ursula now ahead with the set.
Got lucky on it.
Checks to her.
Javier's
A lot of
got
cards out there. Bill might get in trouble with top pair.
Logan.
Rainbolt does have a gut shot, but she does make it 80, it looks like, which is going to be a steep price for a gut shot. But you can't get lucky with 10s all the time.
Robert's back and he's going to be
Him and Daryl fold.
He does.
Bill's going to get a little bit of trouble with these queens.
It's a call.
Doesn't improve them. Check.
Everyone calls up to Ursula with pocket nines.
Ursula keeps up the pressure, putting them all in. Or putting herself all in. And I think she does have him covered.
Rainbolt with 10s again. Let's see if he can get lucky. And he's just calling with the 10s again. Last time that happened, he flopped his set. Bill has
I personally haven't played with Bill, so I don't know if he can get away from this one.
the best, but he is ahead
But 2 jacks have been folded.
catch up.
Yeah, and he gets away from it.
5-4 of spades on the button calls. Roberto calls with a 9-4 of diamonds, and Bill's in there with the queen 10.
Ursula wins a good sized pot.
And she does flop a 9.
Takes it down. Buns on Roberto.
Now ahead with a set. Checks to her. A lot of cards out there. Bill might get in trouble with top pair. Rainbow
I think they're watching the baseball game behind there.
make it 80, it looks like. Which is going to be a steep price for a gut shot.
Something might have happened.
You can't get lucky with 10s all the time. Him and Daryl fold.
I should look it up.
Bill's going to get a little bit of trouble with these queens.
It's currently 5-2 Astros. Sorry to spoil if you're planning to watch it after, but that's the score right now.
Ursula keeps up the pressure, putting them all in.
Hopefully the Rangers can get this win, make it a clean 4-0 sweep. But for right now, Jenny limps to Rainbolt, who raises to 20 with ace 10 offsuit. 10s are hot right now. Javier's got pocket kings though. makes it
My
50.
first land, the
Joey
top
does
four,
fold
so I know
a
who's
king,
away from this one.
so there goes one of
Two
those.
jacks have been folded.
Back on Bill, he folds a
Away
9-8.
from
Ginny, I believe, folded. Heads up. And an ace does come out.
This one wins a
It's almost guaranteed when you got kings. He's got one out because Joey did fold a king. Javier's mad. He shows the kings. Rainbow does a weird thing, but I think he showed him the ace.
watching the baseball game behind there.
So
Something might have happened. I should look it up.
Javier at the top of your screen's looking around. I think he's actually watching the game on the TV. So
It's currently
still number
5-2
one chip stack right now, though.
Sorry to spoil if you're planning to watch it after, but that's the score right now.
It might be a different guy in that seat,
Hopefully
but
the Rangers can
and his name's not Lucky Duck, but he sure is getting lucky. So
4-0 sweep. But for right now, Ginny limps to Rainbow, who raises
Ginny calls a 5.
10 offsuit.
Ursula
Pins
folds
are
Jack
high.
5.
Javier's got
Rainbow's
pocket
out there
kings,
Jack
though.
3.
Makes it 50.
Hoping no one
Joey
looking
does
for a
fold
jack because
king.
they're not there.
So there goes one of those.
Sorf with the ace queen of spades. He's had this hand before.
9-8. Ginny.
Roberto not in the best shape with queen 6.
Heads up.
And Bill's got queen 8.
That ace does come out.
Ace does come on the flop. That would have been fun if it was a queen.
He's got one out. 'Cause Joey
Bill
does
does
fold
flop
king.
bottom pair. Sorf does flop the ace though,
Javier's
so
mad. He shows the kings at-
Roberto's got a backdoor straight draw.
But I think he showed him the ace.
Or I don't even know. I guess runner 6. But it looks like Sorf bets 75. Roberto gets out of there.
Javier at the
Ginny
top of the screen's looking around.
Is in the tank right now.
The game on TV, so. Still number one chip stack right now, though.
And I believe she gets out of the way.
And his name's not Lucky Duck, but he sure is getting lucky, so. Ginny calls a 5. Ursula folds Jack 5. Rainbow's out there, Jack 3. Hoping no one looking for a jack.
Javier's still up top.
Sorf with the ace queen of spades. He's had this hand before.
Did anyone end up playing in the Tuesday tournament yesterday?
And Bill's
Anyone know who won?
ace
I
does
busted
come
like
on
10
flop,
minutes
out
after
of
break,
Joey
so
folds queen.
I did not stay around to see that. But if you did, I'd like to know.
Sorf does flop the ace though, so Roberto's got a backdoor straight draw. Or I don't even
Looks like Rainbow makes it 15.
But it looks like Sorf bets 75. Roberto gets out of there.
Javier folds. Joey gets out of there. Sorf folds. Daryl does.
Ginny is in the tank right now.
Bill gets out of the way. Ursula calls on the button with king 9. And she does flop top pair.
I believe she gets out of the way.
Check to her. And she's not going to check. She bets 35. And
Javier's still
Rainbow
up top.
and Ginny fold. Ursula's got so much
Anyone
chips.
know playing
She's
in the
standing up to
Tuesday
collect them.
tournament yesterday? Anyone know who won?
Javier and Roberto and Rainbolt still at the top. Same with Ginny.
So,
Joey and Ursula at 26. And Daryl, Bill, and Sorf around 17% aggression frequency. If I can say that correctly. It's a big word, though. Action's going to start on Rainbolt.
looks like Rainbow makes it 15. Javier folds. Joey gets out of there.
Kinsey checks her phone.
Does. Bill gets out of there.
Rainbolt shrugging.
Ursula calls on the button with king 9.
Probably asking, did you see me hit that ace on kings? And then she was like, yeah.
Does flop top pair.
Looks like Javier made it 20.
Check to her. She's not gonna check.
Everyone
She does
folds. Back on Rainbolt. Oh, Ginny and Rainbolt called. My apologies. Ace 4 deuce, not the best flop for
35. And
King Jack.
fold, and fold.
That's one reason I don't like that hand. Checks around on the
She's got
flop.
So much chips. She's standing up to collect them.
Turn is a 10.
Javier and Roberto and Rainbolt still at the top.
Daryl does have a gut shot, though,
Jillian
and
just left
people have been hitting those tonight.
Bill and Sorf
And he is going to test it. Javier bets 20.
aggression for
Daryl calls it. Same with Ginny. And he does hit it. He does hit it. He goes runner for the... Oh, it's not the nuts. My apologies.
Rainbow.
There's a flush out there, but he does hit his gut shot. Looks like he bets 75. Good old runner, queen 10.
Kinsey checks her phone.
Ginny's thinking about this.
Rainbow shrugging.
She's looking up Daryl.
Probably asking, did you see me hit that ace on kings? And she's like, yeah. Looks like Javier made it 20.
Ginny gets out of the way. Javier calls. Can't see his hand just yet. I imagine with Javier not raising,
Calling my apologies.
he can't beat it.
Ace 4 deuce, not the best spot for.
Daryl's testing his luck tonight.
That's one reason I don't like that move. Checks around on the flop. Turn is a 10.
Daryl does have a gut shot, though, and people have been hitting those tonight. And he's going to test it. Javier bets 20. Daryl calls it. Same with Ginny. And he does hit it. He does hit it. He goes runner for the... Oh. Money is crossing the table.
There's a flush out there, but he does hit his gut shot. Looks like he bets 75.
Actually going to start on Javier.
Good old runner, queen 10.
Javier with the jack deuce. He might be mad, though, and play this. He is not. I mean, he might still be mad, but he's not playing it. Sorf limps with the king 10 of spades. Robert doesn't look like he wants that, though. He raises with pocket queens to 55. Gonna be heads up.
Javier calls. Can't see
Sorf is looking at his stat.
Imagine with
And he gets out of the way with king 10. Robert shows it.
he can't beat it. Daryl's testing his luck tonight.
Joey takes a big yawn. Which makes me yawn too, so. But it's still early in the night. We got a little under 3 hours left.
Money is crossing the table.
Joey's going to call the 5 with ace 4 of spades.
Actually, gonna start on
Sore folds one of his 4s. Daryl gets out of the way. Roberto looks up 15.
Javier with the jack deuce. He might be mad though and play this. He is not. I mean, he might still be mad, but he's not playing it.
Rainbow walks in.
What's up, dude?
Sorf limps with the king 10 of spades.
Yeah, I'm bouncing. I wish I didn't say I had
Robert
a decent
doesn't
one
look
already.
like he wants that
I
though. He raises with pocket queens to 55.
What is it?
Gonna be heads up.
We go to a flop with 4 players. Javier's got an ace of diamonds.
And he gets out of the way with
Don't worry, guys. I will talk to Rainbow about folding his ace jack to Ursula.
Was it a bad fold? It was? I thought she...
You didn't even see her hand. He's trying to justify it. We don't got time
I'm
for
not
that.
trying to justify it. I just think that she shouldn't be ripping anything that doesn't have a lot of...
He's taking up all my airspace right now.
Diamonds or a set.
Which makes me yawn.
I mean, she represented it, though.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying is like,
Still early
I like,
night.
was 50-50
We got a
between
little
folding or
under 3
calling,
hours
but
left.
she ripped into the table.
He's trying to cope with it right now.
Was it a bad fold for real? Damn. What'd she have?
I gotta tell you later. I can't break the sanctity of this.
No, okay.
Even though this is behind.
I was having to watch.
Javier bet 75.
Daryl gets out of the way.
That's annoying.
Ginny, oh no, 100.
15.
Sorry, I'm missing the action. Rainbow's distracting me. He does hit his nut flush, though. Same with Ginny. She has a 5 high flush. Javier has an ace. She checks. He bets 100 into her. Or 125. 150, man. I'm missing this left and right. I do have my glasses on tonight, so I have no excuse.
With 4 players. Javier's got an ace of diamonds. Don't worry, guys. I will talk to Rainbow about folding his ace jack to Ursula.
She's thinking about it right now. She made a good call on the flop
You didn't even
with
see
her
it.
being ahead, but
He's trying to justify it. We don't got time for that. He's taking up all my airspace right now. I think she represented it.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Is like,
and she does get out of the way. She lays it down.
He's trying to.
I believe so. She shows Kinsey.
I gotta tell you later. I can't break the sanctity. Even though this
Javier's still at the top. He's staying around that 1,000 and 1,200 range.
Oh my god.
Ginny. Oh no, 100. Sorry, I'm missing the action. Rainbow's distracting me. He does hit his nut flush though. Same with Ginny. She has a 5 high flush. Javier has an ace. She checks. He bets 100 into her. Or 125. 150, man. I'm missing this left and right. I do have my glasses on tonight, so I have no excuse. She's thinking about it right now. She made a good call on the flop with her being ahead, but
That'd be great if I push it all in. Cool. It's a great one.
And she does get out of the way. She lays it down. I believe so. She shows Kinsey. Javier's still at the top.
25.
He's staying around that 1,000 and 1,200 range. All right, sorry about that. I'm back, and I'm missing the biggest hand of the night. Sorf hits trips on the river. He bets 100. But Robert hits a full house on the river, so he raises it. Ginny's thinking with her top two, so they all got a piece of this board. Ginny gets out of the way. Scorf, I imagine, just calls this off. I can't. Yeah, he calls. Robert announces it. Sorf had a flush draw, but being sat 9 on the river costs him some money. Robert wins a really good sized pot. Sorry about that. I'm back. I'm missing the biggest hand of the night. Sorf hits trips on the river. He bets 100. But Robert hits a full house on the river, so he raises it. Ginny's thinking with her top two, so they all got a piece of this board. Sorry about that, guys. I just saw a trade go through on my fantasy league, and someone absolutely got robbed, so I'm in disbelief. We are on to the next hand, though. Graphics just taking a second. I'm going to start on Daryl. He folded. Looks like there was a raise from Robert. Pretty big hand starting. Graphics might just take a second. Ace, face, and then 2 face cards on the flop. Looks like it was between Bill and Ursula. Bill, Ursula, and Robert. Robert takes it down.
about that, guys. I just saw a trade go through on my fantasy league, and someone absolutely got robbed, so I'm in disbelief. We are on to the next hand, though. Graph is just taking a second. I'm going to start on Daryl. He folded. Looks like there was a raise from Robert.
I'm gonna start out with a few folds.
Pretty big hand.
Bill's got the biggest polo logo I've seen. Folds so it looks like Rainbow.
Face cards on a flop. Looks like it was between Bill and Ursula.
Cameron just taking 1 second.
Bill, Ursula, and Robert.
Javier makes it,
Robert takes it down.
looks like 75 with pocket tens. Rainbow's got ace king of diamonds. Gonna be a flip, not after that flop. Logan checks. Javier bets a 75, and he does hit. Rainbow called with the 2 overs. Javier slows down now, realizing that Rainbow might have hit.
I'm gonna start out with a few folds. Bill's got the biggest polo logo I've seen.
Sorf having the most showdown.
So it looks like Rainbow.
Robert right behind him. Javier up there too.
Cameron just taking 1 second. Javier makes it.
Joey's talking about what I was talking about the showdown value. He's saying how Sorf has a lot.
Rainbow's got ace king of diamonds. Gonna be a flip, not after that flop. Logan checks. Javier bets a 75, and he does hit. Rainbow called with the 2 overs. Javier slows down now, realizing that Rainbow might have hit.
Alright, looks like everyone folded there to Robert with that ace 10.
Sorf having the most showdown. Robert
Looks
right
like
behind him.
Action's gonna be
Javier up
starting
there
on
too.
Bill, I believe. No, Bill is the button. That means it's starting on Ursula. Ursula gets out of the way. Jenny calls the 5. Javier makes it 15.
Talking about the showdown value. Saying how Sorf has a lot.
Joey, Sorf, and Daryl get out of the way. Robert calls with 6-5 offsuit. Javier in there. Not the worst flop for 6-5. One of the better ones besides flopping a straight outright. Can't see Ginny's hand, but she bets 15 for right now. Javier in there. Robert calls. Ace peels out. I'm going to start on Ginny.
Folded there to Robert.
She bets what it looks like 20, I believe. 15. A little bit of a weird size bet into about 100. Javier doesn't like it, so he makes it 45. Robert might continue with his open ender. He does. He doesn't want to see a spade or a diamond, but he does want to see a 7 or a 2.
Action's gonna be starting on Bill, I believe.
Jenny gets in there. Jenny taps Kenzie's back for good luck.
No, Bill is the button.
Robert does brick out on that open ender,
Ursula gets out of the way. Jenny
but we
calls.
still don't know what Jenny and Javier
Makes it
have.
15.
They might have. Well, I don't even know. I guess
Daryl
I don't know what they would have that
out of the way.
Robert beats as of right now, though. He might bluff at it.
Javier in there.
Oh no, he folds before. Or
Not the
Greg
worst
bets
flop for 6-5.
75.
One of the better ones besides flopping a straight outright.
Ginny's thinking about it.
Can't see Ginny's hand. But
Who knows if that tap on the back of Kenzie back worked? It did not.
Robert calls.
She folds. She might have had diamonds. She does. She had 10 cent of diamonds.
Ace peels out. I'm gonna start on Ginny.
Javier, with how he's been running, you can put him on quads.
20, I believe. 15. A little bit of a weird size Javier doesn't like it, so he makes it 45. Robert might continue with his open ender. He does. He doesn't want to see a spade or a diamond, but he does want to see a 7 or a 2. Jenny gets in there.
I believe the bun's on Ursula, so that means Jenny's going to be first to act.
Robert does brick out on that.
She folds. Rainbolt gets out of there. Same with Javier.
What Jenny and Javier have.
Joey,
They might,
I believe, raises. Which I don't know how much we see that.
I don't know what
But
they're
right now we do.
as of right now, though. He might bluff at it.
He makes it 15 with ace-10 offsuit.
No, he folds
Ace
before.
10's been a really popular hand.
Greg bets.
Doesn't seem to flop anything at the moment, but Ursula and him are heads
Jenny's
up.
thinking about it.
He c-bets, and she folds the
Who knows
5-4.
if that tap on the back of Kinsey backward. It did not. She folds. She might have had diamonds. She does. She had 10 cent of diamonds.
Javier's still up at that 1200 range.
Javier
Rainbolt at about 950.
on quads.
I don't know how he has 949 exactly. Everyone does have 5 chips or 25s. I imagine on a split pot, though, it went a little weird with. Rainbolt is going to be first to act.
I believe the bun's on Ursula, so that means Jenny's going to be first to act.
Looks like everyone on that side of the table folds.
Rainbolt gets out of there.
That entire half folds on Robert.
Joey, I believe, raises.
I don't know if that's a call or a
I don't know
raise.
how much we see
It
there.
does look like a $5 call, and Bill raises it to 35 with pocket 4s.
He makes it 15 with ace 10 offsuit.
Ursula calls with her pocket 8s.
Doesn't seem to flop anything.
Roberto calls with his 9-7. So they all kind of need a similar board, but not really.
She bets. She folds the 5-4.
And she does flop her second set of the night. It is all hearts, though. No one has a heart. They actually all have diamond and a club.
Javier's still up at that 1200 range.
Ursula's going to bet
Rainbolt at about 9.
bet it. Robert's thinking about calling with his open ender.
I don't know how he has 949 exactly. Everyone does have 5 chips or 20.
Double checks.
I imagine on a split pot though.
He gets out of the way.
It's a weird one.
I imagine Robert's fold. I don't know.
Rainbolt is gonna be first to act.
Ursula shows the 8s. Robert chose the open ender. And Rainbolt wins the bun.
Looks like everyone on that side of the table folds. That entire half folds on Robert. I don't know if that's a call or a raise. It does look like a $5 call, and Bill raises it to 35 with pocket 4s. Ursula calls with her pocket 8s. Roberto calls with his 9-7. So they all kind of need a similar board, but not really.
A card does a cartwheel, but I don't think anyone saw it. It was a jack, it looks like, or maybe a queen. I don't know exactly.
All hearts, though. No one has a heart. They actually all have diamond and a club. Ursula's gonna bet it. Robert's thinking about calling.
I believe action starts on Javier.
Double checks.
He gets out of the way. Joey, Sorf, and Daryl do too. Robert gets out of the way, it looks like.
Ursula shows the 8s. Robert chose the open ender.
Bill calls a 5. Ursula made it 15. Jenny makes it looks like 50. With her pocket 9s versus Jack 10 and King 6 suited both. And Rainbolt's got 8s. Let's see if 8s can get lucky. Oh no, he folds. Alright, I guess we won't see that one. If we do see a flop though. Bill folds his King 6. Ursula calls with Jack 10. They're both looking for similar flops. And the 9 does hit,
Cartwheel, but I don't think
giving Ursula open ender and a backdoor flush.
it's a jack, it looks like. Or maybe a queen. I don't know exactly.
Oh, Jenny checks. She lets her catch up. Looks like a 6. Ursula's looking for a 7. Checks. Jenny's not going to check this time. She bets 25.
It's on Javier.
Ursula's going to hunt for it. Ursula checks. Jenny jams.
He gets
Ursula
out of the
shows.
way. Sorf
But she folds.
Robert gets out of the way, it looks like. calls a 5. Ursula made it 15. Jenny makes it looks like 50. With her pocket 9s versus Jack 10 and the King 6 suited both.
This is a fun game, see if I can keep up with who's the first to act. I think it's going to be
Alright, I guess we won't see that one.
Joey.
We do see a flop though.
It's not that hard of a game, but to me it
Bill
is.
folds his King 6. Ursula calls with Jack.
Robert's already folding his hand.
Both looking for similar flops.
He folds. Looks like it's still $5.
And the 9 does hit, giving Ursula open ender and a backdoor flush.
Bill, Ursula, and Jenny call the 5.
Jenny checks. She lets her catch up.
Same with Rainbow, but Javier makes it 25.
7. Checks. Jenny's not going to check this time. She does 25.
Oh, my apologies. It was Rainbow who made the initial raise to 20.
Ursula checks. Jenny jams.
Got 3 callers, 4 to a flop. Queens are still hot.
But she
No one's got him right now, but Bill does have a 5. He's acting like he doesn't care, but he knows he just flopped the nuts. Javier gets out of there. Rainbow is still in the hand. He bets 50. He takes it down.
This is a fun game, seeing if I can keep up with who's the first to act. I think it's going to be Joey. It's not that hard of a game, but to me it is. Robert's already folding his hand. He folds. Looks like it's still $5.
This time the game's not as fun, but I can see it, but it's going to start on Surf. I don't know if he meant to put Surf for his name, but it's Surf right now, and I'll keep it that way. Now we see pocket 8s again.
Oh, my apologies. It was Rainbow who made the initial raise. 20. Got 3
Looks like we had a straddle.
Queens are still hot.
Bill and Ursula called.
Right now, but Bill does have a 5.
Surf wakes up with pocket queens. Joey's three betting on the button to 60. He's gonna run into it here though.
Rainbow
Joey's talking to him. He's like, "You better not have it."
takes it down.
He's like, "I do." He's pulling out raisin chips. It looks like he makes it 120, if I see that right. Daryl and Robert get out of the way. Bill goes all in. I don't know for how much more. For a little less, actually. He's got 10 short. He's got 110. Ursula gets out of the way with ace-5. Doesn't improve Joey's odds that aces are being folded.
This time the game's not as fun, but I can see it, but it's going to start on Surf. I don't know
Joey will be committing his whole stack, basically, if he calls this.
if keep it that way. Now we see pocket 8.
He shows the ace-jack. He turns over the queens, almost mucks it.
Looks like we had a straddle. Bill and Ursula.
Let's see if he can catch an 8. Oh, he can't.
Surf wakes
Oh,
up with
he is
pocket
open-ended now.
Joey's 3.
He does hit open.
The button to 60.
Yep, the 8 does hold up with a straight. I say hold up. He does hit.
Joey's talking to him. He's like, you better not have
The
it.
queens do not hold up this time, is what I meant to say.
Put on raisin chips, it looks like. Makes it 120. I see that right.
Bill's excited after he hits open-ender. That was a great flop for 8s, though. Besides actually flopping one, that's the one you can ask for.
Bill goes all in. I don't know for how much more. For a little less, actually. He's got 10 short. He's got 110. Ursula gets out of the way with ace-5. Doesn't improve Joey's odds that aces are being folded. Joey will be committing his whole stack, basically, if he calls this. He shows the ace-jack.
Action to start with Daryl. He hasn't been in many hands recently. He is positioning his cards. He is going to call the 5 here.
Mucks it.
Robert gets out of the way.
Let's see if he
Bill, Ursula fold.
Oh, he can't.
Jenny calls.
He is open-ended now. He does hit open. Yep, the 8 does hold up with a straight. I say hold up. He does hit.
Joey, he's going to try it again with raising.
This time is what I meant to say.
He's got the 3 deuce. He's going to mix it up here. It has been flopping well, so let's see if he can do it again. I have no idea if it's been flopping well, but we will see.
That was a great flop for eights though.
He's copying Ginny, but instead of Kinsey this time, he's patting Sorf on the back. We'll see if he has better luck. 4 to a flop. Not the best flop for 3 deuce. Not the best flop, but it does hit his range. But Daryl did flop a straight. He has done that quite a bit recently. This time, though, it is not the nuts. Last time it was. Sorf getting a little out of hand here. After Ginny made it 15, he makes it, from what I see, 75.
He's gonna call the 5 here. Robert gets out of the way.
Daryl's making sure they're doing this.
Bill, Ursula fold.
I don't think he's folding. He's still playing out of his rack. That's how excited he is. Sorf doesn't like that. He needs a 10. That would really mess up Daryl's hand.
Joey, he's gonna try to get
Jack comes out.
He's got the 3 deuce. He's gonna mix it.
I don't know if... Oh, Jenny also called. My apologies. And she's counting out chips.
I have no idea if it's been flopping well, but we will see. He's copying Ginny, but instead of Kinsey this time, he's patting Sorf on the back.
She's betting with the... Oh,
Let's see if he has better luck.
I don't know if the computer's misreading the hands, but I think Ginny checked, and now
Daryl did flop a straight.
Sorf is committing to this. And I have nothing but respect for that. I thought Ginny bet, and he shipped it, but... That Jack does make Daryl a little uncomfortable with the hand, though. But I can't see him folding for that much.
Sorf getting a little out of hand here.
But he might. We have seen some folds tonight.
15, he makes it. From what I see, 75.
Kinsey's making sure that Jack of Hearts is in the right spot.
Daryl's making sure they're doing this. I don't think he's folding. He's still playing out of his rack. That's how excited he is. Sorf doesn't like that.
Daryl shrugs.
That would really mess up Daryl's hand.
I think he
Jack
folds.
comes out.
Robert's reading the hand right now.
Oh, Ginny.
I believe he did. He did fold the straight.
And she's
He shrugs again. This might get through, and I think it will. Ginny is behind, but not as behind as she thinks she is. Her 10 or 6 are alive.
I don't know if the computer's misreading his.
And her open ender.
I think Ginny checked, and now Sorf
But-
is committing to this.
So Sorf gets the bluff through.
Respect for that. I thought Ginny bet, and he shipped it, but that Jack.
That has to be a great feeling. Daryl's probably telling people where Robert's telling him.
He might. We have seen some folds tonight. Making sure that Jack of Hearts is in the right spot.
Wow. That Jack really did get out of there. But Javier is back. He has a box of crackers now.
I think he folds. Robert's reading the hand right now. I believe he did. He did fold the straight. He shrugs again. This might get through, and I think it will. Ginny is behind, but not as behind as she thinks she is.
Action starts on Robert. He gets out of the way. Bill makes it. Looks like 20. Ursula and Jenny fold.
And her open ender.
Looks like Rainbolt calls. Javier
Sorf gets the
calls.
bluff through.
Joey gets out of there. Sorf with ace 10 of diamonds. Let's see.
That has to be a
Queens are still hot tonight with Javier flopping top pair. I don't know what Bill has exactly. Looks like Bill checks. Rainbolt checks. Javier is not going to let this happen. Too many people in the hand. He's going to bet 25.
Jack really did get out of there.
Bill did have ace 10 as well. Let's see if Rainbolt gets sticky. He has been lucky staying around with these overcards, but he's only got one this time. And only one ace. Other 2 aces have been folded. And he throws it in. Javier takes it down. Action starts on Robert. He gets out of the way. Bill makes it. Looks like 20. Ursula and Jenny fold.
I didn't think so. Not a
Looks like Rainbow calls. Javier calls. Joey gets out of there. Sorf with ace 10 of diamonds. Let's see. Queens are still hot tonight with Javier flopping top pair. I don't know what Bill has exactly.
Maybe he had aces, but didn't realize there were no bigs, so he was already all over.
Looks like Bill checks. Rainbow checks. Javier is not gonna let this happen. Too many people in the hand. He's gonna bet 25. Bill did have ace 10 as well.
You need 65? Yeah.
Let's see if Rainbow gets sticky. He has been lucky staying around with these overcards, but he's only got one this time. All right, I'm back. And only one ace. Other two aces that have been folded. And he throws it in. Javier takes it down. Goes 5-5. Rainbow seems to be losing. He had a good game tonight. Javier makes it, it looks like 20, and the numbers would agree. Everyone folds. I say everyone folds. I say a few people fold, and then Robert calls. Bill follows him, and Ginny does too. Ace high board, so if I see that right, yep, Bill's going to be ahead, but Ginny does flop open-ended. And Javier has a flush draw. Not the nuts, but it is a second, so that's a great hand with a gut shot to go with it. Bill has the best hand, but he's the last one to call. The turn doesn't help that many people. Bill's still ahead. Alright, I'm back. It checks around. And the 6 of hearts does come, so it does bring in Ginny's straight, but Javier has the flush. She does like the 6, but not the heart. Goes 5-5. Rainbow seems to be losing. He had a good game tonight. Javier makes it, it looks like 20. He bets 55. Robert and Bill get out of the way. Or no, Robert just gets out of the way. I'm getting too ahead of myself. I say everyone folds. I say a few. Bill doesn't believe him. Bill follows him, and Ginny does too. He let them catch up on him though, so. If I see that right. Yep. Ginny doesn't like that hard out there. She does have a straight though. And she rips it. She doesn't even mind that hard. I apologize. Bill gets out of the way. Robert signaling to turn it over. Bill has the best hand, but he's the last one to call. Javier sets down his vanilla wafers while scooping in a really good sized pot. It checks around. You can see Robert's leading the way with Bill and Javier right there. Jenny, if she's come back in, is still up top. And then Sorf, Daryl, and Ursula and Joey are all in the 20s or high 20s.
Can I get 500, please?
He bets 55. Robert and Bill get out of the way. Oh no, Robert just gets out of the way. I'm getting too ahead of myself. Bill doesn't believe him. He let them catch up on him though, so. Ginny doesn't like that hard out there. She does have a straight though. And she rips it. She doesn't even mind that hard. I apologize. Bill gets out of the way. Robert signaling to turn it over. Javier sets down his vanilla wafers while scooping in a really good sized pot. Looks like it's going to be heads up. With Bill and Javier right there. Roberto made it 40 with King 10. Oh, graphics screen a little ahead of itself. It is not heads up. Can't see exactly what's happening, but checks. 4 to a 3? 3 to a flop. That's going to be my last guess. And from what I see, no one's really connecting. A lot of gut shots out there. It checks around. It checks around. At 2. Robert and Joey just got high cards. Don't know what Jenny has, but she checks. Joey might stab at this. He does not. Robert does. At least with Ann, he'll fold. And he has a better hand than Joey. Or Jenny will fold, I'm sorry. And even if Joey called, he could not have won that one. Javier now with a monster lead. Roberto the closest to him.
Heads up.
Daryl's doing good. Ursula, Surf, Jenny, Billy, Joe. Joey doesn't have the most chips I've ever seen, but I've seen him battle back.
Can see exactly what's happening, but checks. 4 to a 3 to a flop. That's gonna be my last guess.
Oh, we got Mo to the table, and right when he sits down, he picks up Rainbolt's luck with getting pocket kings.
It checks around. It checks around.
He makes it 25.
Robert and Joey just got high cards. Don't know
Javier, Joey,
checks.
Sorf, Daryl get out of the way. Robert gets out of the way, and he really gets out of the way. He's down at the table.
He'll fold, and he has a better hand than Joey. Or Jenny will fold, I'm sorry. Even if Joey calls,
Looks like it's just Jenny left, and she got her whole hand. She goes all in, and Mo calls. We don't know Jenny's hand yet.
Roberto, the closest to him.
She shows a 9, I believe, and a 9. Is that a 9? No, that's a 8.
Doesn't have
I don't know what she had. Yeah, she's got pocket 9s.
I've seen him battle back.
Mo still ahead, but not the best flop for kings. And unless she had 2 spades in her pocket 9s, Mo's going to take it.
Oh, we got Mo to the table, and right when he sits down, he picks up Rainbolt's luck with getting pocket kings.
Jenny wakes up with a good hand, but Mo just had pocket kings there.
He makes it 25. Javier, Joey, Sorf, Daryl.
So Mo immediately doubles up.
And he really gets out of the way. He's not at the table. Looks like it's just Jenny left. She got her whole head. She goes all in. And Mo calls. We don't know Jenny's hand yet. She shows a 9, I believe. And a 9. Is that a 9? No, that's an 8. I don't know what she had. Yeah, she's got pocket 9s. Mo's still ahead, but not the best flop for kings. And unless she had 2 spades in her pocket 9s, Mo's going to take it.
Looks like we're going to a flop with 4 players.
Jenny wakes up with a good hand, but Mo just had pocket kings there. So Mo immediately doubles up.
Yeah, I can't. Terry's the only one I can think of. One was real big for the time, not a giant, but he was big at the time.
Shows a 9, I believe. And not,
Yeah, Kabuki.
Mo's still ahead, but not the best flop for kings. And unless she had 2 spades in her pocket 9s, Mo's going to take it.
Hard call. Fold.
He loves it, huh?
60.
Looks like we're going to a flop with 4 players.
Fold.
Yeah, so I had a aunt that
And fold.
made me think it was real, so I started watching it when I got older. Like, holy
Yeah, when I was a kid, there's no way they could hit with a chair over and over and over again.
and how's he bleeding? And
What was the
still
dude that
going?
carried the club?
Fall on
What
him,
was the
man.
dude that carried the club all the time?
I
I'm
feel
gonna try to tip my time. Jim Duggan,
Jim
yeah.
Duggan, he like a 2x4.
I figured out when somebody chokes
He
on
gives the big
somebody
thumb, South American flag and the big
and
thumb.
they didn't kill him, like you know how the choke slam like stops him, and I was like, hold on, that wasn't his move, so only he didn't knock him out. Everybody else, the other guy does the choke slam and he kills him.
15.
And then all of a sudden, why can't they just move a little bit?
All right, sorry about that. I'm back. Robert's going to open up to 15. Bill's going to make it 75 with pocket nines. We've been seeing that hand a lot tonight. Daryl calls. And Robert calls. And there is a 9 right in the window. Daryl's going to flop open-ended, though. Robert's got runner spades. I don't know if Bill's going to check this one. Robert wants to look at Daryl's stack. Daryl's going to bet. I mean, Bill. I don't know why I keep saying Daryl. Bill's going to bet 75. Daryl does call. He's looking for that 6 or jack. Close, but set of 9 still ahead. And he goes all in. And looks like Daryl calls, but no cigar. Bill takes down a good pot. Daryl has been lucky with those straights tonight. Pre-flop raise, Mo takes it. He's been here 4 hands, but he's still ahead right now. Javier and Robert right behind him. Daryl calls, and Robert calls. And there is a 9 right in the window. Daryl's going to flop open-ended, though. Robert's got runner spades.
They're playing.
I don't know if Bill's going to check this one. Robert wants to look at Daryl's stack. Daryl's going to bet. I mean, Bill. I don't know why I keep saying Daryl. Bill's going to bet 75.
Be nice.
Daryl does call. He's looking for that 6 or jack. Close, but set of 9 still ahead. And he goes all in. And looks like Daryl calls. Alright, it's going to be heads up. Mo flops top 2. Bets out at it. Bill doesn't have anything this time, though, so he folds. Pre-flop raise, Mo takes it. He's been here 4 hands, but he's still ahead right now. Javier and Robert right behind him.
She may have one out there.
Yeah, I ain't calling out there.
Robert calls a 5. Bill's right behind him. Ursula doesn't like that 5, though. She wants to make it 35 with A6 suited. That whole side of the table gets out of there. Alright, it's going to be heads up. Mo flops top 2. Bets out at it. Bill doesn't have anything this time, though, so he folds. Javier still up there. With everyone from about 300 to 600.
Back-to-back home runs. He had a 2-run homer. That's how he scored all the runs. Knocked all 4 of them.
4-7.
Yeah, the same guy. Him Young from Texas. Yeah.
Robert's going to make it 10 under the gun. It's going to fold to, it looks like Mo, who calls. Javier calls. Joey calls. Robert calls a 5. Sorf calls. Daryl calls. Oh, it was a straddle. My apologies. Robert checks it. She wants to make it 35 with A6 suited. That whole side of the table gets out of there. The flop's going to come out. Looks like Joey's ahead right now. But there are a lot of cards out there. A lot of people still in his hand, so. Looks like Mo bets 50. Unfortunately, we can't see his hand.
Javier still up there
Joey has a pretty good one, though, right now.
with everyone from about 300 to 600.
This is a bad spot for Joey. Because just like us, he also can't see his hand. But he ships it. This is the best hand he's looked down at in a while, so he figures why not. Mo doesn't snap call.
Robert's going to make it 10 under the gun. It's going to fold to, it looks like Mo, who calls. Javier calls. Joey calls. Sorf calls. Darrow calls.
Mo gets out of the way, and Joey takes down his first pot of the night.
Checks it. The flop's going to come out. Looks like Joey's ahead right now. There are a lot of cards out there. A lot of people still in his hand, so. Looks like Mo bets 50. Unfortunately, we can't see his hand.
We just been getting them at the same time. I'm not getting them.
Joey has a pretty good one, though, right now.
Somebody needs to.
This is a bad spot for Joey. Because just like us, he also can't see his hand. But he ships it. This is the best hand he's looked down at in a while, so he figures why not. Mo doesn't snap call.
Action starting out. Javier's going to make it 20. Daryl and Robert call. Same with Jenny.
Mo gets out of the way, and Joey takes down his first pot of the night.
Javier's going to keep it up, betting 35. Daryl's going to call with his ace-queen. Robert, where he flops two pair, makes it 150. Jenny gets out of the way. Same with Javier. Daryl, he doesn't want to risk it. Robert takes down a nice size pot.
Shut up, man. Shut up. He's nasty. You think so nasty. Shut up. You don't have to say a word. Shut up.
Action starting out. Javier's going to make it 20. Daryl and Robert call. Same with Jenny.
Action going to start on Ursula. She folds. Same with Jenny and Mo.
His ace-queen.
Javier makes it 20 with king-queen offsuit. That's been a familiar hand.
Two pair.
Sorf calls with ace-2 of spades. He's been getting spades all night.
Jenny gets out of the way. Same with Javier. Daryl, he doesn't want to risk it. Robert takes down a nice size pot.
And we're going to go 4 to a flop. Bill's trying to test the luck, see if he can flop 2 pair like Robert did with Jack. He did flop top pair for what it looks like, though. I believe it checked to him, and he bet 50. Javier does turn the king. And then an ace on a river. Neither of them like that, but it goes check, check, and Javier's going to take it down.
Actually, going to start on Ursula. She folds. Same with Jenny and Mo. Javier makes it 20 with king-queen offsuit. That's been a familiar hand. Sorf calls with ace-2 of spades. He's been getting spades all night. And we're going to go 4 to a flop. Bill's trying to test the luck, see if he can flop two pair like Robert did with Jack. He did flop top pair for one, it looks like, though. I believe it checked to him, and he bet 50.
Ursula calls the 5. Jenny raises. A lot of people
And
getting
then
out of the
ace on
way.
river, neither of them like that, but it goes check, check, and Javier's going to take it down.
From what I see, no one really flops anything. We don't know Jenny's hand at the moment, but we'll just have to assume it's pocket 2s. I imagine Jenny's ahead. Well, I guess Robert does have the 5 for a flush. I missed that for a second. I believe, yeah, she has an 8.
Ursula calls the 5, Jenny raises. A lot of people getting out of the way. From what I see, no one really flops anything. We don't know Jenny's hand at the moment, but we'll just have to assume it's pocket 2s.
Ashton gonna start with Mo calling. A few folds around. Looks like to Robert. He makes it 35 with 10-7 offsuit.
I imagine Jenny's ahead.
He's gonna get some action with it.
Had the 5 for a flush. I missed that for a second. I believe, yeah, she has an 8.
So 3 ways to a flop. 4, 3, 5. No one hits that board. Mo does. They all have spades, but Mo does have the best one. Robert does have a gut shot, but everyone does have overs. He's going to bet 35. Ursula doesn't fold happily. Mo gets out of the way. And Robert takes it down with the, at the time, the worst hand. Well, that's the best thing about bluffing. Javier's still up there. Robert making his best shot at it, though. He is climbing. Trying to take Javier out.
A few folds around. Looks like to Robert. He makes it 35 with 10-7 offsuit.
And Joey wakes up with it. He's got pocket jacks. He limps, hoping someone's going to raise. Ursula might be that person.
Some action with it.
Looks like she raises to 30 with ace-7.
So 3 ways to a flop.
Joey's still just calling.
5. No one hits that board.
Heads
Mo
up.
does. They all have spades, but Mo does have the best one. Robert does have a gut shot.
And there is a king up there, which Joey won't be happy about, but he is still ahead.
He's gonna bet
Ursula's going to represent it.
doesn't fold
She
happily.
bets 55.
Mo gets out of the way. And Robert takes it down.
Joey's not happy. I
At the time,
don't see him. Yeah, he's not going to call here.
best thing about bluffing. Javier's still up there. Robert making his best shot at it, though. He is climbing. Trying to take Javier out.
Joey not getting the best flops with these hands. Going to start on him. He throws out Javier's 5 because he can't keep up with the button, but
Pocket jack.
it does get confusing.
Hoping someone's going to raise.
Under the gun, he's going to call.
Looks like she raises to 30 with ace-7.
Sorf, Daryl, and
Still just calling.
Sorf, Daryl get out of there. I thought Robert folded. He calls. Bill calls. Ursula looks down at A7 again, and she calls. She's not going to raise it this time.
King up there, which Joey won't be happy about, but he is still ahead.
Ginny makes it 25. Joey calls.
She bets 55. Joey's not happy. I don't see him. Yeah, he's not going to call here.
Robert and Bill and Ursula call. Looks like we'll be going 5 ways to a flop. He goes check, check. Ursula does flop the ace. I believe it checked around. King of hearts on the turn.
Joey not getting the best flops with these hands.
Still don't know Ginny's hand.
I'm going to start on him. He throws out Javier's
Bill's going to look down at his.
keep up with the button, but it does get confusing. Under the gun, he's going to call.
It checks around again. And a 6 comes off, which I believe means Ursula's still good. It does.
Short for Daryl and
Unless Ginny's got
short Daryl get out
Queen
that
10
call.
under there.
Folded, he calls.
Or 2
Bill
pair.
calls. Ursula looks down at A7 again, and she calls.
Ursula thinks it too. She looks like she bets 65.
Ginny makes it 25. Joey calls.
Getting a little tired.
Robert and Bill and Ursula call. Looks like we'll be going
And it looks like everyone folds and she takes it down. She had the best hand anyway.
He goes check, check. Ursula does flop the ace. I believe it checked around. King of hearts on the turn. Still don't know Ginny's hand. Bill's gonna look down at his.
Ursula and Ginny are talking about the last hand. I think. Still working on my lip reading skills. She's like, yeah, you had A7? She said, yeah.
And the 6 comes off, which I believe means Ursula's still good. It does.
Action starts on Sorf. He folds in with Daryl.
10 under there.
Robert makes it 15 with 10 deuce of diamonds. That hand did knock me out of a tournament yesterday, so it is a pretty good hand.
Two, she looks like she bets 65.
Javier calls a 9-7, and then Joey calls with ace 9. Robert's going to keep up the action. He bets 15.
And it looks like everyone folds and she takes it down. She had the best hand anyway.
Joey calls. We'll see if Robert keeps it up. He goes check, check. Joey goes for some value, bets 30. And he folds. He takes down another pot.
Ursula and Ginny are talking about the last hand. I think. Still working on my lip reading skills.
Robert and Javier ahead of everybody else. Ginny, Mo, and Bill around the same.
Action starts on Sorf. He folds in with Daryl. Robert makes it 15 with 10 deuce of diamonds. That hand did knock me out of a tournament yesterday, so it is a pretty good hand.
Actually going to start on Daryl.
Javier
He's going to
folds
call it the
9-7.
8-6.
Joey calls it ace 9. Robert's going to keep up the action. He bets 15. Joey calls.
Looks like Robert made it 20.
We'll see if Robert
Got a lot of callers.
He goes check, check.
And someone does finally have the pocket 2s.
Joey goes
Sorf's got an ace right now. A lot of people in his hand. He bets to protect it. Looks like he bets 80. Everyone gets out of the way. Yep, everyone gets out of the way. And he takes down a good hand.
Robert and Javier ahead of everybody else. Ginny, Mo, and Bill around the same.
Actually, I'm going to start on Robert this hand.
We'll start on Daryl.
Hey, one of our viewers is in the game.
8-6.
Or at least Daryl's watching us. Or he's watching a stream that just looks like our stream. But it is a 30-minute delay, so there's no worry there. He can't see what's happening.
Looks like Robert made it.
Robert makes it 30.
Got a lot of calls.
Ginny calls.
And someone does finally have the pocket.
Mo gets out of the way. Same with Javier, but he really gets out of the way. He's not at the table.
A lot of people in this
Joey calls.
bets to protect it. Looks like he bets 80.
Robert asked Daryl why he didn't call, and he gave a shrug.
Everyone gets
I do believe that was pocket nines. Joey doesn't have the same luck in flopping a set as other people.
He takes down a good hand.
Robert keeps up the aggression with his open ender. Bets 100. Ginny smiles and hits Ursula. More just a tap though. Joey folds what's right now the best hand, but he was dodging a lot.
Actually, I'm going to start on Robert this hand. Hey, one of our viewers is in the game. Or at least Daryl's watching. Or he's watching a stream that just looks like our stream.
There was that one time you did actually do some.
But it is a 30-minute delay, so there's no worry there.
And then
You can't see what's happening. Robert makes it 30. Ginny calls.
Grace almost falling out of the chair at the top of your screen there.
Same with Javier, but he really gets out of the way. He's not at the table. Joey calls.
I believe we're seeing a lot of folds right now.
Robert asked Daryl why he didn't call, and he gave a shrug. I do believe that was pocket nines. Joey doesn't have the same luck in flopping a set as other people.
Bill and Ginny call it. Robert checks it 3 ways to the flop. They check it on the flop.
Ginny
Jack on the turn. Check, check,
hits Ursula.
check.
More just a tap though.
Money is getting in this hand.
Joey folds what's right now the best.
Bill has
But he was dodging a
4th
lot.
pair. He bets for value. And they fold.
Rob has a question. If she puts out the 10 and someone puts out the 20, can she pull it back?
Looks like they're talking to Houston right now.
Grace almost falling out of the chair at the top of your screen there.
I believe Robert's going to straddle this hand. He's not. He just wanted to have a green chip out there for a second.
I believe we're seeing a lot of folds right now.
Action's going to start on Ursula.
Bill and Ginny call it. Robert checks it 3 ways to the flop. They check it on the flop.
She gets out of the way. Ginny calls.
Check. Check. Money's getting
Kenzie's
in.
pointing at people for some reason.
Bill has
A lot of folds happening.
for value. And they fold.
We call this the mystery hand. Oh, there he goes. A lot of 7s out there. Bill's got jacks. He makes it 35. Joey calls with king and queen offsuit. Sorf looking for a 7 on the flop. Daryl's got one of them. He calls as well.
Looks like they're talking
Robert's got king 4. That flop looks pretty safe for jacks.
this hand.
There is a flush draw out there. I don't think Daryl does have the 2 clubs, and he bets it. He goes all in immediately, putting jacks in a weird spot. Bill's looking down at his hand again. Daryl's all in for 225, and he folds. He gets jacks to fold,
She gets out of the way. Ginny calls.
and it looks like he takes it down.
Kenzie's pointing at people for some reason. A lot of folds happening.
About to squeeze my ass to death on a fucking warm.
It's the mystery hand. Oh, there he goes. A lot of 7s out there. Bill's got jack.
Good shove by
35.
Daryl there, getting people out of there.
Joey calls with king queen off.
Didn't mind getting called, I guess.
Sorf looking for a 7.
But he had outs.
Daryl's got one of them. He calls as well. And Robert's got king 4. That flop looks pretty safe for jacks. There is a flush draw up there. I don't think Daryl does have the 2 clubs, and he bets it. He goes all in immediately.
Looks like Ash is
Jacks
gonna start on
in the
Ginny.
spot.
She folds. Mo calls the 5. Javier, who's not here, gets rid of an ace.
Daryl's all in for 225.
And Daryl's going for blood again. He makes it 35.
Jacks to fold. And it looks like he takes it down.
A lot of hearts. Goes check, check on the flop. Bill might stab at this. He's cutting out chips right now. He puts the chips forward and Daryl immediately folds. Good bet by Bill.
Good shove by Daryl there, getting people out of there. Didn't mind getting
Sorf giving the most action on Rivers, or most all-ins, I should say. He's been involved in a lot. Javier right behind him. Same with Bill and Mo. Joey not having the best luck on the river. He's having to win it all pre-flop, or on the flop, I mean.
Looks like Ash is gonna start on Ginny. She folds. Mo calls the 5.
Mo gets out of the way.
Javier, who's not here, gets rid of an ace.
Javier gets out of the way.
Again, he makes it
Joey
35.
calls. Sorf calls. Ace, jack of spades.
A lot of hearts.
I thought that's what Joey had. Yeah, he does. Doesn't flop that great for it, though.
Flop.
Looks like it checks around. 3 on the turn.
He's cutting out chips right now.
Joey still has the best hand.
Forward and Daryl
Check.
folds. Good bet by Bill.
Making it a 5. A lot of people. Joey and Sorf get it straight. It goes check down. This is a big pot. They will chop up $20.
Rivers, or most all-ins, I should say.
Ginny cannot beat it.
Been involved in a lot. Javier right behind him. Same with Bill and Mo. Joey not having the best luck on the river. He's having to win it all pre-flop. Or on the flop, I mean.
Robert's back. Javier is still up on the top.
Mo gets out of the way.
Ashton's going to start on Javier if he's there.
Javier gets out of the way.
He is. I can see his hand. His physical hand, not his hand.
Sorf calls. Ace, jack of spades.
He gets out of the way. Joey doesn't like the king 10. He gets out of the way. Sorf 4-3. Daryl 5-3. But Daryl plays it, raises it to 20.
Yeah, he does. Doesn't flop that great for it, though.
Robert and Bill out of the way. Ursula calls.
Turn.
Ginny calls. Mo with king 5 of spades calls.
Making it a 5. A lot of people. Joey and Sorf get it straight. It goes check down. This is a big pot. They will chop
Queen
up
7-6 for the
$20.
flop. 2 diamonds.
Ginny cannot beat it.
Ursula flops middle pair. She's going to bet. Looks like 65. Ginny gets out of the way. I don't see Mo or Daryl calling this one.
Robert's back.
Daryl has been getting crazy, though.
Up on the
Nah, he
top.
gets out of the way this time.
Ashton's gonna start on Javier if he's there. He is. I can see his hand. He's physical. He gets out of the way. Joey doesn't like the king 10. He gets out of the way. Sorf 4-3. Daryl 5.
You can see who's up right now.
Daryl plays it, raises it to 20.
Javier excited. Same with Ursula. Sorf. All good wins. Bill and Mo still. Mo has dropped a little bit after doubling up that first hand.
Spades calls. Queen 7-6 for the flop.
Sorf calls. Daryl gets out of the way with his 10-8. Robert raises it with 9-7 of diamonds. I know there's a dealer here who loves 9-7,
Bet. Looks like 65.
but he's getting a lot of callers.
Ginny gets out of the way.
Looks like 5 ways to a flop.
Daryl has been getting crazy.
And his 9-7 is live.
This time.
And he flops us flush. And he's wasting no time. He's going to bet there's 5 people in this hand. He doesn't want them to see for free. Looks like 55. I can't really see anyone calling here. Sorf does have the ace of diamonds, though. Last time we saw this, they did hit it. Javier calls. Unless Sorf doesn't. Oh, that's not good for him. Sorf does check. Looks like Robert checks too, and Javier's going to be betting with the worst hand. He bet 75.
Daryl gets out of the way with his 10-8. Robert raises it with 9-7 of diamonds.
Sorf goes all in. Robert's put in the 6th spot now.
But he's getting a lot of callers.
He folds. Javier can't call either. He folds.
And his 9-7 is live. And he flops us flush.
Well, I got 2 in my hand.
And he's wasting no time. He's going to bet. There's 5 people in this hand. He doesn't want them to see.
Sorf takes down a good hand there.
Looks like 55.
Moving him up to 2nd spot.
Can't really see anyone calling here. Sorf does have the ace of diamonds, though. Last time we saw this, they did hit it. Javier calls.
He's telling Javier, like, yeah, I had you
Sorf
beat.
doesn't. Oh, that's not good for him.
It was actually just the sickest bluff.
Does check. Looks like Robert checks too. And
Gonna start on Sorf.
betting with the worst hand. He bet 75.
He needs the luck, though. He's a Saints fan, as mentioned. They don't have much of it. He's going to raise a 20 with ace queen of clubs right off the bat. Everyone's going to get out of his way. It's on Ursula. She gets it. She folds. Ginny calls.
He folds. Javier can't call either. He folds.
Everyone else folds. Joey gets out of there. It's going to be heads up. Or no? Oh, yeah, it is heads up. I thought. And it looks like he flops top 2. He checks it. She checks. Scary turn card. We don't know Ginny's hand as of right now.
Him up to 2nd spot.
Looks like he's going to bet 35. Ginny calls. There's a lot on this board.
Javier, like, yeah, I had you beat. He's actually just the
Looks like Sorf bets 100. He gets called. Shows top 2.
Gonna start on Sorf.
I believe it's good. We don't get to see Ginny's hand, unfortunately.
He needs the luck though. He's a Saints fan, as mentioned. They don't have much of it.
She must have had an ace, though.
Queen of clubs right off the bat. Everyone's gonna get out of his way. It's on Ursula. She gets it. She folds. Ginny calls. Everyone else folds. Joey gets out of there. It's gonna be heads up.
Ashing to start on Daryl this hand.
Or no? Oh yeah, it is heads up. I thought. And it looks like he flops top 2. He checks it. She checks. Scary turn card. We don't know Ginny's hand as of right now.
Daryl, Robert get out of there. Bill calls. Ursula folds. Ginny calls.
35.
It's on Mo, it looks like. If I'm seeing. Oh, no, we're already going to a flop.
There's a lot on this board.
We're going 5 ways to a flop. Sorf's going to flop trips.
100
He's running hot the
gets
past
called.
few hands.
Shows top 2.
It's on Javier right now. He
I believe it's
checks.
good. We don't get to see Ginny's hand.
Sorf bets 20. Bill calls with his ace 8. He's got top pair. It's going to be a gross hand.
Ace, though.
And a king peels off, it looks like.
Actually, Mr. on Daryl this hand.
Looks like Bill checks. Sorf bets 35. He can't call. Sorf takes down another one.
Daryl, Robert get out of
See, oh no, we're already going to a flop. We're going 5 ways to a flop. Sorf's gonna flop trips. He's running hot the past few hands. It's on Javier right now. Action gonna start on Robert. Sorf bets 20. Bill calls with his ace 8.
He wastes no time. I believe that's a... Oh, no, it's just a call. Bill calls. Ursula folds. Jenny calls. Robert's got pocket 10s. Those have been hot tonight. Joe, he's got pocket queens.
Looks like Bill checks. Sorf
Mo made it 20.
35.
Joey's going to make it 100. Back on Robert. Looks like he calls. So he does not raise. Swarf is walking. Back on Mo. It's not a good time to shove. He does not. It's going to be heads up. Looks like Robert checks. Joey shoves. Robert calls. They're going to run it.
Action gonna start on Robert.
Queen stayed good on that one. Robert needs an 8, and he gets it. He gets an 8
He wastes no
to
time.
chop it up.
Oh no, it's just call. Bill calls. Ursula folds. Jenny calls. Robert's got pocket 10s. Those have been hot tonight.
Robert hits one of his 6 outs.
Joe, he's got pocket queens.
Lucky Duck would be proud.
Mo made it 20. Joey's gonna make it 100. Back on Robert. Looks like he calls, so he does not raise.
Joey can't catch a break tonight.
Swarf is walking.
That's the beauty of poker, though.
Back on Mo.
Looks like it's going to start
It's not a good time to shove.
on the east side of the table,
It's not.
if you're in Kinsey's spot.
Looks like Robert checks.
Bill's going to call. Everyone else is going to fold.
Joey shoves. Robert calls. They're gonna run it.
I believe everyone folded, and it is heads up.
Robert needs an
It
8,
is
and he
between
gets
Bill
it.
and Robert.
Hits an 8. to
Check,
chop it
check.
up.
Robert flopped trips.
Robert hits one of the 6.
Bill just had queen high, so he gets out of there.
Lucky Duck would be proud.
I did it on fucking purpose just to piss
Joey can't catch a break tonight. That's the beauty of poker, though. Looks like it's going to start
I accidentally undid my headset when I'm on the killer.
east side of the table, if you're in Kinsey's spot. Action's going to start on Ursula. Oh, Kinsey's quitting,
Else is gonna fold.
and she rehires herself. That was a fast retirement.
I believe everyone folded. It is heads up. It is between Bill and Robert. Check, check.
Sorry, I accidentally clicked.
And here comes another Roberto. Roberto's looking to play.
Robert flopped trips. Bill just had
Ursula calls the 5. Looks like we got some folds.
Four players.
It's going to be 4 ways to a flop.
$10.
Action's gonna start on Ursula.
Ursula bets into it. She bets $10.
Kinsey's quitting.
It's going to be heads up between her and Javier.
Rehires herself.
She turns 2 pair.
That was a fast retirement.
Or he turns 2 pair. She still has middle pair. 5. She bets 10. He calls.
Another Roberto.
He shows the 2 pair. She's gonna show the 7. She doesn't show the 7.
Roberto's looking to play.
I thought she was gonna act like she had it for a
Ursula
second.
calls the 5. Looks like we got some folds.
I'm not gonna say what I thought you would say. That's what I thought you said. Nipples on crackers. That's like, where did we get that at?
I'll think about it.
It's gonna be 4 ways to a flop.
And I got I got her hot tub fixed today. Robert said he was her hot tub.
Jenny folds. Mo folds. Javier gets out of the way.
She bets $10.
Joey gets out of there.
Heads up between her and Javier. She turns 2 pair.
Robert makes it 20.
She still has middle pair.
Ursula calls. He shows it a king already.
She bets 10.
She's patting the table.
He shows the 2 pair. She's gonna show the 7. She doesn't show the 7.
An ace. Any betting on the river?
But she was gonna act like she had it for a second.
There's no betting on the river. She turns over a flush. She was scared of the 10 high flush.
He said it before I did. I just tried it. Ursula said all she's had. Hey, Ursula said all she's had for 2 days.
He's telling him that he might have had the 10 high flush. Roberto comes back and he's behind other Roberto.
Jenny folds. Mo folds. Javier gets out of the way. Joey gets out of there. Robert makes it 20. Ursula calls. He shows it a king already.
Looks like Mo calls a 5. Javier makes it 15. Joey calls right behind. He's got Queen Jack of Hearts.
Ace.
Robert gets in there.
River. There's no betting on the river. She turns over a flush.
Bill folds. Ursula calls.
She was scared of the 10 high flush.
If Jenny was here, I'm sure she would. A lot of 9s in people's hand, a lot of 9s and 8s, but not open ender for Mo. Gut shot for Javier. Joey doesn't flop that much besides a backdoor flush. Daryl though flopping bottom set,
Roberto comes back and he's behind.
but still a lot of people in the hands. He bets 125. He does not want anyone to get there. Ursula's thinking about the open ender. She hits Bill's arm. Bill says he folded the same thing. And it folds. Daryl takes it down with his set.
So Mo calls a 5. Javier makes it 15. Joey calls right behind. He's got Queen Jack of Hearts. Robert gets in there.
Roberto staying up above 50 with his VPIP.
Jenny was here. I'm sure she would.
I imagine other Roberto will join him when he gets in the game.
A lot of 9s in people's hand. A lot of 9s and 8s. But not open ender for Mo. Gut shot for Javier. Joey doesn't.
Javier waking up with ace queen suited. We've seen that a few times tonight. He makes it 20 right under the gun. Joey Sorf get out of there.
Still a lot of people in the hands. He bet
Daryl's a non-believer.
does not want
He
anyone-
calls.
Ursula's thinking about the open ender. She hits Bill's arm.
I think he got a few callers I can't see at the moment.
Same thing.
Kenzie tries to tip Daryl $5, but she takes it back last second. There's going to be a lot of people to the flop. I don't know exactly at the moment. Looks like 4. We see the 6s again betting 75 for their open-ended. The best hand right now, but a lot of drawing. Robert calls with the gut shot
I imagine other Roberto
or runner flush. Javier, he gets out of there with his 2 overs. They're talking about what they had.
Javier waking up with ace queen suited. We've seen that.
We're moving too fast now. I'm getting
He makes
lost.
a 20 right under the gun. Joey Sorf get
I was
out
going
of
to say,
there.
Robert's not all in. They might be running it down.
Daryl's a non-believer. He calls.
Oh, Mo went all in. My apologies. They're talking to each other.
I think he got a few callers I can't see at the moment.
Daryl moves his finger a lot. I think that means he checks.
Tries to tip Daryl $5, but she takes it back last second.
He shows the 6s. I don't know what Mo has.
There's going to be a lot of people to the flop. I don't know exactly at the moment.
Looks like Mo takes it down. I can't see his hand at the moment, but
You see the 6s again betting 75 for their open-ended.
he was good for it.
Right now, but a lot of drawing.
We'll just
Robert
say he
calls
had 7s.
the gut shot
Because that beat 6s
or runner flush.
at the
Javier,
time.
he gets out of there
But-
with his 2 overs. They're talking about what they had. We're moving too fast now. I'm getting lost. I was gonna say, Robert's not all in. They might be running it down.
No, somebody got pissed off at the office, and the people they got pissed off was parked in front of them in the place, and that's where it happened.
Oh, Mo went all in. My
Is it
apologies.
somebody? Was it you? That said no,
They're
it was,
talking to each other.
Dane said somebody died. Somebody died.
Okay. Rock, she had 400.
Did you see all the bullet holes?
Daryl moves his finger a lot. I think that means he checks. All right, and we see pocket 8s again. Ursula makes it 35. Mo gets out of the way.
I don't know what Mo has. Looks like Mo takes it down. I can't see his hand.
Joey's explaining how to play pocket 8s over there. He's saying you got to flop a set, which is true most of the time. Javier calls. We have seen a few sets, and Robert did hit a straight with it, so there is multiple ways. Javier calls with a king-queen offsuit. Sorf's in there with a king-10 suited. And Daryl is like, why not? I got jack-2 suited. No one is a fan of this flop. Besides maybe Sorf, who has the nut flush draw. Ursula's not scared, though. She's going to bet, it looks like 80. Let's see how sticky Sorf is with this draw. And it looks like he's going to call with it. Ursula's not looking for this. It was 85. Daryl gets out of there. It's going to be a heads up. He's got 2 overs and a flush draw. Doesn't hit it. If Ursula thought she was good before, she's good now.
Ursula makes it 35. Mo gets out of the way.
But it looks like Sorf is cutting out chips. And he bets,
Joey's explaining how to play pocket 8s.
I do not know at the moment, 100 even.
He's saying you gotta flop a set, which is true.
This would be an amazing call from Ursula. Looks like Daryl's going to head out for the night.
We have seen a
Ursula
few
throws
sets
it away.
that hit a straight with it, so there is multiple ways. Javier calls with a king-queen offsuit. Sorf's in there with a king-10 suited. And Daryl's like, why not? I got jack-2 suited.
Jenny's moving seats. She's not going all in beforehand. But she's still in the 10 seat, so I don't know. She's going to stay in the 10 seat, but her chips will play in the 5. She gets 2 hands.
Ursula's not scared, though. She's going to bet, it looks like 80.
You're gonna get a big hand. She's gonna be pissed.
Let's see how sticky Sorf is with
Mo's
this.
back.
It looks like he's going to call it.
Daryl's now in the 10s. Oh, they are. Okay, are they switching seats? That must be what's happening.
It was 85. Daryl gets out of there. It's going to be
It looks like they are switching seats. Okay.
2 overs and a flush draw. Doesn't hit it. If Ursula thought she was
So action's going to start on Jenny. She's at the rail right now.
but it
Oh,
looks
she's
like
talking to
Ursula's
Roberto.
got chips.
And then Roberto tells Roberto to hurry up. Jenny walked away. She's back now, though. She just had to grab her water bottle. I thought that was escalating.
Call from Ursula. Looks like Daryl's going to head out for the night.
I don't know if that's a raise. I believe it is a raise to 25.
Yeah, it is. And then Robert calls with the king 5. Bill calls 7-3 suited. Sorf's in there. He's on a tear right now. And the 7-3 does flop a flush draw. Robert does have a pair of 5s. We don't know what Sorf or Ginny have right now. Ginny checks. Robert checks. Sorf, happy with this flush draw, is going to bet 30.
Mo's back. Daryl's now in the 10. Oh, they are. Okay, are they switching seats? That must be what's happening.
Looks like Ginny calls.
Looks like they are switching seats. Okay. So action's gonna start on Ginny. She's at the rail right now.
Looks like it's heads up.
Oh, she's talking to
Bill
Roberto.
still bets his flush draw.
Roberto-
He puts out 100.
Roberto to hurry up. Ginny walked away. She's back now though. She just had to grab.
Ginny's thinking about
I
it.
thought that was escalating.
She calls.
I don't know if that's a raise. I believe it is.
Bill hit his flush. My apologies. The turn shouldn't have helped anybody.
And then Robert calls with the king 5. Bill calls 7-3 suited.
Bill thinks he's still good. He bets 100 and goes all in. He gets snap called.
Right now.
Ginny shakes her head.
He does flop a flush draw.
Robert points
does
at
have a
Ginny.
pair of 5s. We don't know what Sorf or Ginny have right now. Ginny checks.
The point did not help her.
Robert checks.
And it looks like Bill takes down that hand.
With this flush draw, is gonna bet 30.
Looks like Ginny calls.
I'm going to take a quick restroom break, grab a drink.
Looks like it's heads up. Bill still bets his flush draw. He puts out 100.
Ginny walked away. She's back now though.
Ginny's thinking about it. She calls.
I don't know if that's a raise. I believe it is.
Bill hit his flush. My apologies. The turn shouldn't have helped anybody.
Robert calls with the king 5.
Oh, my bad. I call.
Bill calls 7-3 suited.
Bill thinks he's still good. He bets 100. He goes all in. He gets snap called. Ginny shakes her head. Robert points at Ginny. The point did not help her. And it looks like Bill takes down that hand.
Oh, 25?
All in.
I'm going to take a quick restroom break, grab a drink.
See a flop,
You
please?
raise, you've got, oh, I'm golden. Ace king. Yeah, I don't know how else to. Good hand. You're right, we are even. Huh? Yeah, I said I have ace king. Yeah, that's why I said, okay, well, we're even. You won, I won one.
On the ride
Is that what you had the last time?
Sorry about that. I'm back. Hopefully I didn't miss a big hand. There seems to be a lot of chatter, though. Bill and Ursula call the 5. Daryl is all in, it looks like. The standard 55X. With pocket 5s, 55. He had to do it. Ginny's like, I gotta call too, because she has pocket 6s probably. She shows ace king and diamonds. Okay, that's a little bit better. It's gonna be a flip. A king peels off right on the flop. And if the hands are correct, Jenny's going to take this one down.
You had nines, didn't you? You had pocket nines.
Sorry about that. I'm back.
Huh?
Hopefully I didn't miss a big game.
Jenny says, what am I going to do?
I know you had pocket
There
nines.
seems to be a lot of chatter though.
I guess win or double up.
I know you had pocket nines.
Kenzie throws down the cards like they owe her money.
The border pairs. The border pairs you pocket.
Yo, Ursula, call the 5. Daryl is all in, it looks like. The standard 55X. With pocket 5s, 55, he had it.
Robert's still at the top of the pre-flop raising. Javier's behind him, but a decent margin. Joey, Jenny, and Bill all at 10.
King of diamonds.
Mose, Sorf, Ursula, and Daryl all about 8.
It's going to be a flip.
Everyone's in their own group.
Peels off right on the flop. And if the hands are correct, Jenny's going to take this one down.
I believe there was a straddle from Robert for $10. Bill calls. Ursula and Daryl get out of there. Robert might be getting out of there. It's his straddle. Mo raises to 25. Sorf calls with ace king. Mo's got ace queen.
I guess
Robert gets out of there with his 7 deuce. Bill's getting a little sneaky with his king 5 suited.
Kenzie throws down the cards like they owe her money.
No one hits that flop. Checks around. I believe it's a 7 on the turn. Yep. Mo is betting his ace queen here.
Robert's still at the top of the pre-flop raising.
Looks like Sorf comes in with a big raise.
Margin, Joey, Jenny, and
Okay,
Bill.
maybe I exaggerated. Above average raise to 80
Daryl all about 8.
or 75. Got on the 3rd try.
Everyone's in their own group. I believe there was a straddle from Robert for $10. Bill calls. Ursula and Daryl get out of there. Robert might be getting out of there. It's his straddle. Mo raises to 25. Sorf calls with ace king. Mo's got ace queen. Robert gets out of there with his 7 deuce. Bill's getting a little sneaky with his king 5 suited.
You're not Joey yet. Shared my wings with you last night.
Shared your what?
My wings.
No one hits that flop. Checks around. I believe it's a 7 on the turn. Yep. Mo is betting.
All right, action starts on Daryl. He goes all in
Looks like
with pocket 2s. We've been talking about it all night. Mo's thinking about it
exaggerated.
with his king queen offsuit.
To 80 or 75.
Or did he already?
Got on the 3rd try.
I can't see his cards. It looks like he called.
He did call. Javier and Joey get out of there. Sorf calls with his pocket 8s. Those have been popular tonight. Jenny's got ace king again. Not suited this time. Robert and Bill get out of there. Ursula folds. Shows Bill and Robert. Roberto's head peeked through on the side there. 8s are still good for right now, but a lot can happen. Sorf has been known to bomb. He checks it. It's on Jenny. Looks like she's going to be doing what I thought Sorf would do. She's looking around. She bet a few green chips. 100. She's giving Daryl protection.
Alright, action starts on Daryl.
Ursula
He goes all
calls
pocket
with her gut
twos.
shot
Talking about it all night.
and flush draw.
Mo's thinking about it with his king queen offsuit.
Let's see what Sorf does. He does have the best hand right now, but there's a lot of action in front of him.
I can't see his cards. It looks like he called. He did call. Javier and Joey get out of there. Sorf calls with his pocket 8.
Jenny did point at
Jenny's
Sorf.
got ace king again.
He's
Not
thinking.
suited this time. Robert and Bill get
And
out
he
of there.
folds the best hand.
Ursula folds. Shows Bill and Robert. Roberto's
Pocket twos are still good right now.
Eights are still good.
And it looks like pocket twos hold up.
Locking out.
But for the side pot, it's Ursula and Jenny. Jenny's going to take that one down. Daryl can't believe it.
It's on Jenny. Looks like she's going to be doing what I thought.
He shows the pocket twos.
She's looking around. She bet a green chip. 100. She's giving Daryl protection. Ursula calls with her gut shot and flush draw.
What was yours? Straight draw, Jeff? What is it?
Let's see what Sorf does. He does have the best hand right now, but there's a lot of action in front of him.
I know you didn't have nothing. I know I'm good on that. I'm good on the side.
Jenny did point at Sorf,
Yes.
My ace will win. My ace will
and he folds the best hand.
That's what she was. Yes, they know that she was using.
Pocket twos are still good right now.
Mo, Javier, and Joey get out of there. Sorf right behind them. Jenny calls a 5.
Looks like pocket twos hold up, but for the side,
Robert makes it 30 with Queen 9.
it's Ursula and Jenny.
Ursula calls with Ace Jack.
Daryl can't believe it. He shows the pocket twos.
Jenny gets out of there. It's going to be heads up. They both hit. Robert hits Queen on the river. I mean, on the turn. Don't know what the river is. I think it was a 10. Robert makes a good check.
It wasn't very docile.
Well, wherever we were somewhere besides not here in a casino. We had pocket aces, I had pocket queens, lots of opposite of queens here. First time we've gone out of town together. And we didn't know.
Action going to start on Javier.
Mo, Javier, and Joey get out of there. Sorf right behind them. Jenny calls a 5.
Javier and Joey get out of there. Sorf, Jenny
Robert makes it 30 with Queen 9.
call. Robert makes it 50, it looks like,
Ursula calls with Ace Jack.
with pocket queens.
You wanna know offense? Okay, I'm gonna have them put your time away and have
Jenny gets out of there. It's gonna be heads up.
so we won't have to scheme it.
And Mo has pocket 9s. Those have been popular tonight. He calls the
Both
50.
hit. Robert hits
Looks like Javier's getting out of here.
on a turn. Don't know what the river is. I think it was a 10. Robert makes a good check.
Roberto's gonna take my spot.
Mo calls. Sorf calls. Jenny gets out of there. Sorf doesn't hit anything on this flop.
Action gonna start on Javier.
Robert's still ahead with the pocket queens. Mo might get sticky and think his 9s are still good.
Javier and Joey get out of there. Sorf, Jenny.
Robert does have a spade too, so no spades for Mo either.
Pocket queens.
Robert did bet. I don't know exactly. It looks like 200.
Me too.
Mo has pocket 9s. Those have been popular tonight.
Mo makes a good fold.
50. Looks like Javier's getting out of here.
That's like one of the sweetest dogs.
Mo calls.
Greg's off the table, and we put
Sorf calls. Jenny gets out of there.
That'd have been sick if it had come out of queen and a
Sorf
9.
doesn't hit.
Action gonna start on Sorf. He's got Queen 10 again.
Robert's
Different
still
suits this
ahead
time.
with queens.
Jenny gets out of there.
Sticky and think his 9s are still good.
Robert makes it 15 with 9-7. Roberto seems to be coming in the game.
Have a spade too, so
So now we have 2 Robertos. Looks like he's taking Javier's spot.
Exactly. It looks like 200.
You're not heavy enough. It's gonna be this tall around.
Mo makes it
Mo is ahead with ace high right now. He's got a gut shot with it. Now he has a pair of aces. No one else improves besides Sorf, who now he takes the gut shot. It would be a jack on the river. Mo bets 35 to protect his hand.
Who's not? Whose is it? You knocked it off.
It's not my phone.
Sorf gets out of there. Robert,
action gonna start.
Bill, Daryl, they all fold. Mo takes it down.
Suits this guy. Jenny gets out of there. Robert makes it 15 with 9-7. Roberto seems to be coming in the game. But now we have two Robertos. Looks like he's taking Javier's spot. Mo is ahead with ace high right now. He's got a gut shot with it.
Kenzie's making sure she has internet connection.
No one else
I assume.
besides Sorf, and now he takes the gut shot.
I believe Daryl
Would be a jack
looks
on
like
the river.
Bill. Looks like a family pot almost.
Mo bets 35 to protect his hand.
I believe it is besides Ursula, but she's not at the table at the moment. Mo has ace king. He flops top pair.
Gets out of there. Robert, Bill, Daryl, they all fold. Mo takes it down.
Roberto, I believe, bet 25. Got a few callers. I thought Mo had ace king. I must have misread that one. Roberto bets 25, and then Baker takes it down.
Later, Greg.
Kenzie's making sure she has internet connection. I assume. I believe Daryl. Looks like Bill. Looks like a family pot almost. I believe it is besides Ursula, but she's not at the table at the moment. Mo has ace king. He flops top pair.
Action's going to start, I believe, on Baker. He makes it 10. That might be a straddle. Or no, he just calls.
Roberto, I
He
believe.
he just smooth calls with the pocket jacks. And we see pocket 10s from Mo.
Callers. I thought Mo had ace king. Like
Joey reopens, I believe, making it 10.
Roberto bets 25.
Jenny upset she can't be in the hand. 7-3 offsuit, sadly. Robert raises to 60. Daryl calls. The graphics are going a little crazy right now, but looks like Roberto, Mo, Daryl, Baker are all in the hand. So it looks like four ways. I believe that's a 10, is it? I think Moa does have pocket 10s.
Action's gonna start, I believe, on Baker.
Baker rips it for 430,
Might be a stretch.
440.
Or no, he just calls.
Mo calls.
He just smooth calls.
Roberto calls,
Jam.
or also jams.
And we see pocket 10s from Mo.
What you got?
Graphics are going a little crazy. I do believe Mo has pocket 10s here.
Joey reopens, I believe, making it 10. Jenny upset she can't be in the hand. 7-3 offsuit, sadly.
Those are the hits.
Robert
I got a
raises
better
to
pair.
60.
I got a better pair than
Roberto just has the ace 6. He shows the 10s.
Daryl calls.
Baker sees it.
You want to do anything?
He needs a jack.
Graphics go a little crazy.
Roberto needs a misdeal.
Looks like Roberto, Mo,
He doesn't get it.
Baker are on the hand. So it looks like 4 ways. I believe that's a 10, is it?
Yeah, Mo does have pocket 10s.
I think Moa does have pocket.
He's going to scoop it. Or at least the main pot. There was a side pot between Baker and Roberto
440.
for, I believe, about,
Mo calls.
350, 400-ish.
Calls.
So still a good pickup. Baker at 100%. That's since he got renamed, so that's how his whole time. Roberto at 57. Bill at 54. Jenny at 58. V-Pip. Mill at 41. Sorf. Daryl, Ursula, Joey all in around 30. Still good action to come.
Ace 6.
You say it all day long. You had that.
He shows the 10.
We saw our hands, right?
Baker sees it.
Mo. We know what we had. She
Needs a
can say all
jack.
day what she had, but we know what we had.
Roberto needs a misdeal.
Action's going to start on Bill. He calls. Or is that?
He doesn't get it.
Yeah, I believe that's just a call. Daryl gets out of the way. Mo gets out of the way. Roberto,
Yeah, Mo does have pocket 10s.
I believe, just calls. Joey's got ace king. He makes it 50.
Or at least the main pot. There was a side pot between Baker and Roberto. For I believe about, 350, 400.
Baker calls the 50 with queen. We got a lot of queens in people's hands.
Baker at 100%. That's since he got renamed. So that was whole time. Roberto at 57.
Roberto, I believe,
Bill at 54. Jenny at
flops the
58,
best hand with his pair of threes.
41, Sorf, Daryl, Ursula, Joey, all
Baker
around
bets
30.
75. Bill gets out of the way.
Still good action to come.
Roberto calls. He snap calls. I believe, unless Roberto's holding chips.
Action's going to start on Bill. He calls. Where's that? Yeah, I believe that's just a call. Daryl gets out of the way.
Roberto goes all in.
Mo gets out.
Joey has to be mad. He folded that ace king.
I believe just calls. Joey's got ace king. He makes it 50.
It's just heads up between Roberto and Baker right now.
Baker calls the 50.
Shut the fuck up, Jenny. You're not even
We got a
in
lot
the
of
damn
queens in
hand.
people's hands.
And I'm being dead serious. Shut the hell up. You're not in the hand.
Roberto, I believe, flops the best hand with his pair of threes.
Baker folds. He has to run it out.
75.
Roberto shows the 3.
Bill gets out of the way.
Joey's asking him if ace king was good.
Snap calls. I believe, unless Roberto's holding chips.
Offset. Offset, yeah.
No, his was three combinations off.
Roberto goes all in. Joey has to be mad. He folded that ace king.
I have a pocket pair of pre-flops.
It's just heads up between Roberto and Baker right now.
Baker and Roberto talking about the last hand. Daryl's calls the 5. Ace 4 versus ace 7. Graphics are going crazy again, but Baker looks like bets 80.
Has to run it out. Roberto shows the 3.
He has a pair of jacks for right now. Bill calls. He's got a better kicker at the moment. The 5 gives Baker 2 pair. Baker rips it. Bill makes a good lay down. Baker shows the 5. Sorf now at the top. He's had a battle back after a rebuy.
Baker and Roberto talking about the last hand. Daryl calls the 5.
I think he might have added on a rebuy. I might be confused. Ursula's still MIA for the moment.
Ace 4 versus Ace 7. Graphics are going crazy again. But
Daryl calls the 5.
Baker looks like
Daryl's got King 10 of diamonds. Mo looks down at 4-3. He decides he doesn't want to play for some reason.
pair of jacks right now.
Roberto gets out of there. Joey folds. Sorf's behind him. Baker's folds.
He's got a better kicker at the
Ursula's still in the hand. She might win it.
The 5 gives Baker 2 pair.
All spades.
Baker rips it.
Daryl bets 5.
Bill makes a good lay down.
Bill calls. I guess Ursula called. She still has her cards. No, Ursula folded. Probably a good lay down. She just missed it.
Sorf now at the top.
And Daryl's going to take it down with a pair of 10s.
Got a battle back after a rebuy.
Roberto and Baker still leading the charge on aggression.
I might be confused. Ursula's still MIA for the moment. Daryl calls a 5. Daryl's got King 10 of diamonds. Mo looks down at 4-3. He decides he doesn't want to play for some reason. Roberto gets
Action's going to start on Mo.
Sorf's behind him. Baker's folds.
Looks like Mo folds
Still
Roberto
in the hand. She might win it.
with ace 10.
All spades.
He is a tight player, but I think he might raise this.
Daryl bets 5.
Or I guess it's still on Mo. My apologies.
Bill calls. I guess Ursula calls. She still has her cards.
I think Mo just calls.
Probably a good lay down.
Roberto raises. Oh no, Mo raised. I'm getting all out of order. Mo raised. Roberto called.
Daryl's gonna take down with the
Baker looks down at ace 3. He calls. Bill looks at King 10 suited. We'll see if I can win 2 times in a row. Different suits this
Roberto and
time though.
Baker Still leading the charge on aggression.
King 7 of diamonds, looking for a flush. No one really connects with this board. There are a few backdoor flushes. A lot of overcards. Checks around. 7. Someone had a 7. Daryl had a 7. Roberto takes a stab at it now.
Action's gonna start on
Let's
Mo.
see if Daryl can call this down. Bill calls with his flush draw. Daryl gets out of the way.
With ace 10.
He's looking for a spade or a king. I believe that's a jack.
Player, but I think he might raise this.
And I don't think it's a spade.
Or I guess it's still on though. My apologies.
Roberto goes all in
I think
versus Bill.
calls. Roberto raises.
Roberto value jams.
Mo raised.
Or value bets
Mo raised.
125.
Baker looks down at ace 3. He calls. Bill looks at King 10 suited. Let's see if I can win 2 times in a row. Different suits this time though. King 7 of diamonds looking for a flush. No one really connects with this board. There are a few backdoor flushes. A lot of overcards. Checks around. 7. Someone had a 7. Daryl had a 7. Roberto takes a stab at it now. Let's see if Daryl can call this down.
Action going to start on Roberto. He
Gets
calls.
out of the way.
Joey Sorf get out of there. Ginny calls.
He's looking for a spade or a king.
Baker raises it.
Jack.
I believe to 15.
I don't think it's a spade.
Ursula calls. Mo calls.
Roberto goes all in.
Ginny calls. I believe Roberto calls. I think we're going 5 ways to a flop.
Roberto values.
We can't see a few hands, so we'll just have to fill it in.
125.
Looks like it checks to Baker, and he bets, I believe, 75 with his top pair. I think he take no him. It's gonna be heads up versus him versus Roberto. We don't see Roberto's cards at the moment. Baker jams. Roberto calls. We're gonna see what they have. The river's a 7. I believe it's good. Yeah, Roberto mucks. And Baker doubles up.
Action gonna start with Roberto. He calls. Joey Sorf get out of there.
Wins a good size pot there.
Calls. Baker raises it. I believe to 15. Ursula calls. Mo calls. Jenny calls. I believe Roberto calls. I think we're going 5 ways to a flop. You can't see a few hands, so we'll just have to fill it in. Looks like it checks to Baker, and he bets, I believe, 75 with his top pair. I think he take.
Action's gonna start on Sorf. He gets out of the way. Same with Jenny.
Don't see Roberto's cards at the moment.
Baker looks down at King 9.
Roberto calls.
Raise it to 20. Bill calls with 6-4 suited. Ursula gets out of the way. Daryl looks down at King 7 again. He likes that hand. Or at least he keeps getting it.
Yeah, Roberto mucks. And Baker doubles up.
Roberto ahead with the pair of 2s.
Good size pot there.
He is still ahead. Robert checks to him. Bets 20-30. Baker's negotiating right now while walking away. I don't know if he's still called. Is he still in it? What's happening? I think he's buying flowers at the moment. Oh, he's heads up with Bill, not Baker. Okay. I don't know if that's Bill's hand. If it was, that's a very good bet on the river there. But he takes it down.
Action's gonna start on Sorf. He gets out of the way. Same with Jenny. Baker looks down at King 9. Raises it to 20. Bill calls with 6-4 suited.
Joey gets back in his seat.
Daryl looks down at King 7 again. He likes that hand. Or at least he keeps getting it.
Action's going to start on Jenny this hand.
Roberto ahead with the pair of 2s. He is still ahead. Robert checks to him. That's 20-30. Baker's negotiating right now while walking away. I don't know if he's still called.
Sorf gets out of there. Jenny raises
At the moment. Oh, he's heads up
to
with Bill,
15. Baker, Bill call. Or I believe that might be Ursula. Not.
I don't know if that's
It's in front of Bill's hand. I believe that's Ursula. Yeah. She just pushed it out there. Daryl calls. Mo looks down at ace 8-3. He folds. Roberto calls.
Joey gets back in his seat.
Who's commentating? It's me.
Action's gonna start on Jenny this
Or a lot of people call me McLovin. Jenny checks. Baker checks. Ursula checks. Daryl bets some. Bets 20.
Sorf gets out of there. Jenny raises.
Jenny doesn't believe him. Raises.
15. Baker. Bill
And takes it down.
I believe that might be Ursula now. It's in front of Bill's hand. I believe that's Ursula. Yeah. She just pushed it out there. Daryl calls. Mo looks down at ace 8-3. He folds. Roberto calls.
she's thinking now to see if I'm right. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
I was like,
Oh, you shouldn't have
Still
counted.
fucked up.
You were good.
$10 straddle. Water.
Who's commentating? It's me. A lot of people come to me love it.
Logan said like Logan's had a really good third and Charlie.
Ginny checks.
Yeah, I knew he'd be fine.
I believe Robert has a $10 straddle out there.
Baker
Bill
checks.
calls, Ursula folds.
Daryl bets some. That's 20. Ginny doesn't believe him. Raises. Takes it down.
We got 5 peoples to a flop. Only 3 on the turn though. Right now, pocket 7s are ahead. We don't know Mo's hand at the moment. I believe Robert has a Baker does bet 50. Bill calls with his pocket 7s. Oh, Mo bet the 40 and Baker and Bill called. I don't know Mo's hand, but I believe he takes it down. He does.
No, I'm supposed to be back at 9:30. No, fuck that. 'Cause if I tell her what I was doing, then she watches the link and then what the fuck? You just gave me a bouquet of flowers.
You want all that money?
We got 5 people to a flop.
What's that? It shows the little thing. Hold on.
Only 3 on the turn though. Right now, pocket 7s are ahead. Looks like everyone just folds that hand. No action there. Baker does bet 50. Bill calls with his pocket 7s. Mo bet the 40 and Baker and Bill called.
$100.
Don't know Mo's hand, but I believe he takes it down. He does. I believe Robert straddled and Bill raises to 30 with ace king offsuit.
So if he's trying, I can pull my money back.
Not the big line. Close.
Now Bill's got the $10 straddle. Looks like everyone just folds that hand. No action there. I believe Robert straddled and Bill raises to 30 with ace king offsuit.
I just got it. I just got it.
Pocket queens show up again. Now Bill's got the $10 straddle. with Baker making it 80, Bill calling, Roberto calling with the 6-3, and Jenny set farming with the 4s. A flop no one really likes. Looks like not Roberto. Baker shoves. Jenny's thinking about it. She's feeling good about a 4.
You had an ace?
Pocket queen show up again.
Maybe my pocket pair is bigger.
And she gets out of the way. Baker takes it down. Scary flop with the ace when you got pocket queens there.
And Jenny set farming with the 4s.
Flop no one really likes.
I didn't have an ace. I didn't know I wouldn't go anybody see a free card for free. What'd you have, ace what? Oh, you had pocket nine. I had you beat pre-flop. You'd have got me again. You had pocket nine.
Looks like Roberto. Joey looks down at king 9. He doesn't want to play that right now.
No, I have a big pair. Did I know?
Roberto just limps with the ace queen offsuit. Baker makes it 20.
Hey, I don't have a pair. I had
There seems to be going on an intense discussion right now between Baker and Mo. Roberto jams after they raised it to 20. And she gets out of the way. Baker takes it down. Scary flop with the ace when you got pocket queens there. Baker might get frisky with the 6-5 yet. He does. Oh, wait. Yeah, okay, I'm reading that right. Baker does call it the 6-5. And Bill calls with the ace-queen also. Burrow's not going to like that one. He much prefers the 6-5. They're running this down. Joey looks down at king 9. He doesn't want to play that right now. Roberto just Baker's going through a heat check right now. Baker makes it 20. Oh, they run it one time. There seems to be going on an intense discussion right now. They show the ace queen. Roberto's going to have a little bit more, so he takes down the side pot and then splits the main with Bill. Baker might get frisky with the 6-5 yet. He does. Oh, wait. Yeah, okay, I'm reading that right. Baker does call it the 6-5. And Bill calls with the ace-queen also. Burrow's not going to like that one. He much prefers the 6-5. They're running this down. Baker's going through a heat check right now. Looks like we got action right now. They show the ace. It's been raised 20 pre-flop. Looks like 4 people are in the hand right now. Roberto's gonna have a little bit more, so he takes. It might have been a straddle. Baker makes it 75 more with Jack 9. Bill calls with his ace 4. Daryl gets out of the way. I believe Roberto calls. We can't see his hand right now. Quavo's not a biggest fan of that 6-5 call. He did have live cards though. Bill flops an ace. He's gonna rip it. Baker, I believe, folds and wants to see a run out. He looks at the sky.
Looks like we got action right now. Been raised 20 pre-flop. Looks like 4 people are in the hand right now. It might have been a straddle. Baker makes it 75 more with Jack 9. Bill calls with his ace 4. Daryl gets out of the way.
Looks like Baker's got a live straddle for 20.
Quavo's not a biggest fan of that 6-5 call. He did have live cards though.
Bill calls a 20. Ursula calls.
Bill flops an ace. He's gonna.
Daryl gets out of there with his king deuce.
Baker, I believe, folds and wants to see a run out. He looks at the sky.
Sorf looks down at pocket kings in a dream spot. He makes it, I believe, 90. Baker looks down at ace 2 or 100. He makes it 100. He calls. Bill gets, I believe he was already out of there. I don't know. He folds though. He's not in the hand. Ursula shows the ace 3 of diamonds.
Looks like Baker's got a live.
No ace on the flop, but it is a scary board for kings. He checks. Robert checks after him. Hits his 2. Or I think they're running it down.
Bill calls it 20.
Yeah, they ran it down. They checked it down.
Ursula calls.
He did hit it. There was a 6 on that board though, Quavo. Just didn't hold up that time.
Sorf looks down at pocket kings in a dream spot. He makes it, I believe, 90.
Sorf
Baker looks down at ace 2.
slowly growing his chip
100,
stat.
He makes it 100. He calls. Bill gets, I believe he was already out of there. I don't know. He folds though. He's out of the hand.
Ursula shows the ace 3 of diamonds.
No ace on the flop, but it is a scary board for kings. He checks. Robert checks after him. Hits his 2. Or I think they're running it down.
We got pocket queens again with Ursula.
Yeah, they just,
She makes
they
it
ran down.
60.
Checked it down.
Bill and Roberto call.
He did hit it. There was a 6 on that board though, Quavo. Just didn't hold up that time. Sorf slowly growing his chip stat.
Pocket queens hold up. I just said on the board though. I never said win. But you got to come up and play in some of these live streams, Quavo. It'll be a fun time.
Queens again with Ursula. She makes it 60. Bill and Roberto call.
Still $5 when it gets back to Roberto. He puts 50 on top of it. We don't know his hand yet. He likes being mysterious. Are you coming up next Monday or Wednesday?
Pocket queens hold up. I just said.
I don't know if I'm commentating any of those, but definitely be fun. Looks like they're changing out the decks. There's been too many pocket queens in that deck.
You gotta come up and play in some of these live streams, Quavo.
Mine would have went.
It'll be a fun time.
No, one of them this motherfucker. I could have been this close. All this thing. Yeah, I would have missed everyone.
Still $5 when it gets back to Roberto. He puts 50 on top of it. We don't know his hand yet. He likes being mysterious. Ah, okay. Double the action. I hear you. If I'm not commentating, I'll probably be playing. Are you coming
Depends who wins in UFC this weekend. I got some good bets on that.
See if I got any bankroll.
I don't know if I'm commentating any of those, but
Action's gonna start on Sorf.
definitely be fun. Looks like they're changing out the decks. There's been too many pocket queens in that deck.
Bill looks down at King 10. He made it 15. Daryl calls a 15, and Mo's looking down at Ace King, where he bumps it up to 50. Roberto calls with a Jack 8 suited.
Ah, okay. Double the action. I hear you.
There's a Jack 8 on that board, but
If I'm not
if it's not connected, I don't know what is. There's a lot out there. A lot of people don't have it, but there is a lot out there.
UFC this weekend. I got some good bets on that.
Roberto's not a scared player, though. Yep, he rips it.
Action's gonna start on Sword.
I don't know.
It's gonna be really interesting if he gets some callers.
Bill gets out of the way. Daryl gets out of the way. I don't see Mo calling with this. Yeah, maybe if he had an ace or king of diamonds. They just run it out. Bill looks down at King 10. He made it 15. Roberto shows the jacks. Or the jack. And the 8.
I thought he was trying to be mysterious, but he shows both.
There's a Jack 8 on that board, but if it's not connected, I don't know what is. There's a lot out there. A lot of people don't have it, but there is a lot out there. Roberto's not a scared player, though. Yep, he rips it. Don't know.
It's gonna be really interesting if he gets some callers.
Ursula calls a 5. Daryl's in there. Mo gets out. Roberto's not going anywhere.
I don't see Mo.
He bets about 30, it looks like.
Maybe if he had an ace or king of diamonds. They just
Joey gets out of there with his 3-2 of hearts.
Which is a fun hand.
Roberto shows the jacks. Or the jack. And the 8.
35, I mean.
Mysterious.
Jenny calls. Back on Ursula. Looks like she calls. Daryl figures why not with all the money out there. All right, I was wrong. That 3-2 does not flop anything. Chet from Ginny and Ursula and Daryl. Roberto keeps up the pressure with 100. They run it out.
We do not know what Roberto has. I don't even think Roberto knows what Roberto has.
That's about 30, it looks like.
All he knows is he's got 2 cards.
Joey gets out of there with his 3-2 of hearts, which is a fun hand.
The only reason why I say no.
35, I mean. Jenny Coles.
So you don't want to listen to me? I listen to you.
Back on Ursula.
I'm very nice.
Looks like she calls.
Don't be mean.
Daryl figures why not with all the...
I believe Baker straddled for 10. Ursula calls.
I was wrong. That 3-2 does not flop anything.
Mo gets rid of it. That's a fun hand.
Jenny and Ursula and Daryl. Roberto keeps up the pressure with 100.
Roberto gets in there. He does not swipe any of his cards. Back on Ginny. She calls. Robert checks the straddle.
They run it out. We do not know what Roberto has.
Ace high is still in the lead right now unless Roberto's got a queen 3 or a 5.
All he knows is he's got 2 cards.
He checks it. Checks around.
I believe
Checks 2. It looks like
battled for 10.
Ursula's going to take it down.
Ursula calls.
Mo gets rid of it. That's a fun hand. Roberto gets in there. He does not swipe any of his cards. Back on Ginny. She calls. Robert checks the straddle.
I'm going to the bathroom real quick. Put some pee on.
Bye, Bo.
Ace high is still in the lead right now unless Roberto's got a queen 3 or a 5. He checks it.
35.
Checks around. Checks 2. It looks like
50.
Ursula's going to take it down.
50. Call. Fold.
Don't forget your flowers, bro. We should put them.
Sold me. Check.
Alright, I'm back. Sorf hits 2 pair on the river, but who knows if that's good. It's not. Baker's got the nuts right now. He bets 15 into it. Sorf might just look him up. Looks like Sorf does. Baker's got the flush. Sorf's still up top there. Mo, I believe, just stood up. He had a good game tonight.
Game's fixed to get out the mud now.
Someone's coming in on the 1 seat. I don't see who they were.
Get out the mud now.
Ashton's going to start on Ursula this hand.
It is Barry coming. Bless me. Excuse me, I mean. Barry's coming in on the one seat.
2 pair on the river, but
Looks like a $10 straddle.
who knows if that's
Roberto calls. Joey.
Baker's
Sorf,
got
get
the
out of
flush
there.
Right now. He bets 15.
Jenny gets out of there.
Sorf might just look him up.
Baker makes a big raise. Looks like to 80.
Looks like Sorf does. Baker's got the flush.
He has ace jack of spades. Big Bad Wolf and Roberto call. Not the best flop for ace jack, but still ahead for right now. Don't know what Roberto has. Checks around. Not the best turn either.
Sorf's still up top there. Mo, I believe, just stood up.
Looks like it checks again.
Night.
I believe that's another king. Yeah.
Someone's coming in on the 1 seat. Let's see who
Means
it is.
Barry. He bets 100. Baker's thinking about it.
Ashton's gonna start on Ursula this hand. It is Barry coming. Bless me. Excuse me, I mean. Barry's coming in on the 1 seat. Looks like a $10 straddle. Roberto
And he
calls.
folds, I believe.
Joey
Oh, he calls. He calls
gets out of
100.
there.
And
Jenny gets out of
Big
there.
Bad Wolf has a king.
Baker makes a big raise. Looks like to 80. He has ace jack of spades. Big Bad Wolf and Roberto call. Not the best flop for ace jack, but still ahead for right now. Don't know what Roberto has. Checks around. Not the best turn either. Looks like it checks again. I believe that's another king. Yeah. Means Barry. He bets 100.
Barry, I believe, straddles for
Baker's
10.
thinking
A Big
about
Bad
it.
Wolf. BBW. that sounds weird saying that. Raised to 100 from Roberto. I think it was I don't know if it was a straddle now looking at that. Baker and Bill call the 100. Ursula calls.
Oh, he calls. He calls 100. And Big Bad Wolf has a king.
Daryl goes all in for a little bit more. He likes the odds he's getting. Or it was 80 originally, my bad. We don't know Roberto's hand. Surprisingly. Baker does have ace-9, which is a very good flop. Robert goes all in. Roberto goes all in, then Baker goes all in with his draws. Great hand.
Barry, I believe.
Bill's thinking about it with his jack 7. And his open ender, he calls. He's also all in, I mean.
That sounds weird saying that. Raised to 100
Ursula's thinking about it with the 10-9.
from Roberto. I think it was I don't know if it was a straddle now looking at that. Baker and Bill call the 100. Ursula calls.
She's got a gut shot and a backdoor flush. I don't know if she folded. She might be folding and holding because she's making the pots right
A
now.
little bit more.
It does look like it.
She's getting. Or it was 80 originally, my bad.
So we got 4-way all-ins.
This is yours too.
We got spectators leaning over the railing. Ursula's leaning over.
Baker's
7.
ace 9, which is a
Ace.
flop.
Ursula would have hit the gut shot.
Robert goes
I don't think
all
she
in.
called though.
I mean,
I see
Roberto goes all in, and Baker goes all in.
Daryl and Baker's 9.
Great hand.
Baker was free rolling on the turn with the
Bill's thinking about it with his jack 7.
the diamond draw.
He calls.
Roberto, I don't know what his hand was. He likes keeping us on our toes.
With the 10-9.
I believe it's just a split pot in the main between Baker and Daryl. Roberto shows the pocket twos.
She's got a gut shot on her backdoor flush. I don't know if she folded. She might be folding and holding because she's making the pots right now. It does look like it. So we got four-way all in. We got spectators leaning over the railing. Ursula's leaning.
Action's gonna start on Big Bad Wolf this hand.
7. Ace. Ursula would have hit the gut shot.
I think he straddled for 10, meaning Roberto's gonna be first to act. He folds, which is a rare sight. Joey gets out of there. Sorf thinking about it, he calls a 10. Jenny calls. Baker calls. I believe that's just a call from Bill. A lot of calls. Call, call, option.
Roberto, I don't.
And it looks like he checks it.
He likes keeping us on his.
So there's going to be 7 to a
I
flop.
believe it's just a split pot in the main.
It is a connected board. Right now, Baker is ahead.
Roberto shows.
Or who's ahead? No, Sorf's ahead. What am I thinking? With top pair. He bets 50. Too many people in the hand. He doesn't want in there. Ginny's going to call with her middle pair. Bill and Ursula get out of there. Two. Shouldn't change much.
Big bad.
Sorf still ahead with the pair of 10s. I believe he bets 100.
Roberto's gonna be first to act. He folds, which is a rare sight. Joey gets out of there. Sorf thinking about it. He calls a 10. Jenny calls. Baker calls. I believe that's just a call from Bill. A lot of calls. Call.
I mean, from his motion, it looked like Baker might have gone all in
Looks like he checks it.
or something.
Sorry, please. No nine.
I don't know.
No nine.
So there's
Or Sorf takes it down. No, he takes it down. Okay. I thought when he moved his hands like that, he was pushing all of his chips in. No, he folds. And then Big Bad Wolf folds behind him.
Who's ahead? No, Sorf's ahead. What am I thinking? With top pair, he bets 50. Too many people in the hand. He doesn't want in there.
Sorf adding to his chip lead. Even though this isn't a tournament, he still has the biggest chip lead.
Bill and Ursula get out of there.
Joey and Big Bad Wolf are showing each other memes.
Shouldn't change much. Sorf still ahead with the pair of 10s.
I believe that's a $10 straddle from Roberto.
I believe he bets 100.
Joey looking down at it. As much as I don't like King Jack suited is a. You might have to play it. You might have to. Oh, he rips it. Okay, he rips it. He's early position. He just goes all in. It looks for about 90, 100-ish if I had to guess.
I mean, from his motion, it looked like
100-ish?
might have gone all
100,
in
yep.
or something.
Everyone folds. It's to Daryl. Daryl goes all in
Or Sorf
for a
takes
little
it
bit
down.
more, about
He takes it
120.
down. Okay. I thought when he moved his hands like that he's pushing all his chips in. No, he folds. And then
He's got ace king. Big Bad Wolf's calls with 5-4. Roberto surprisingly doesn't scan his cards. He goes all in for a bit more. Oh, I guess he just said call.
Sorf adding to his chip lead. Even though this isn't a tournament, he still has the biggest chip lead.
So 4 to a flop, 2 all ins. Roberto's got the 10-6.
Joey and Big Bad Wolf are showing each other memes.
Does flop a 10, he goes all in.
I believe that's a $10 straddle from Roberto. Joey looking down at it. As much as I don't like King Jack,
Barry needs a runner. He's out of there.
I have to play it.
Ace king is ahead right
He
now.
rips it. Okay, he rips it.
And Joey does hit 2 pair on the river there.
He just goes all in. It looks for about 90, 100-ish if I had to guess.
I believe there was a small side pot
100-ish? 100, yep.
for Daryl, but the King Jack is going to win it. The main at least.
For a little bit more, about 120. He's got ace king. Big
Good old draw into a jack and hits it.
Roberto
King Jack never loses.
scans card.
Pre-flop raise, Baker's leading the field. Big Bad Wolf and Roberto are up there.
He goes all in for a bit more. Oh, I guess he just said call.
So 4 to a flop, 2 all ins. Looks like Joey straddled, and Big Bad Wolf is going to double straddle for 20, so putting it back on Roberto. I might deceive my eyes, but I think he just scanned.
Does flop a
Big
two,
Bad Wolf
goes
just
all
scanned
in.
his cards. So we will see Roberto's hand this time.
Barry needs a runner. He's out of there. Ace King is ahead right now. And Joey does hit
Joey
two pair on
looks
the
down
river
at
there.
8-2. I don't think he'll play this time. Sorf looks at Ace Jack offsuit. Jenny looks down at Kings. She's going to raise.
For Daryl, but the
She's
king
got about 300 in stack. She makes it 100. Folds to Daryl, who goes all in for about 40 or 50. 60. That was my third number I was going to say.
Good old draw into a jack and hits it. King Jack never loses. Pre-flop raise. Baker's leading the field.
Baker and Bill talking about what they folded.
There.
So it was raised to 100. Daryl's all in for the 60. Roberto and Big Bad Wolf call. Not the best flop for Pocket Queens, but that's been happening.
Looks like Joey
She might just want to.
straddled.
Oh, she checks
Big
it.
Bad Wolf is going to double straddle for 20, so putting it back on Roberto.
Barry's gonna
I
bet.
might
He
be
rips
surprised,
it.
But I think he just scanned.
This is gonna put Pocket Queens in an odd spot if she can make a good call here.
So we will see Roberto's hand this time.
She is ahead. Oh no, it looks like she's gonna fold. She might not though.
Joey.
This is a gross spot to be in.
I don't think he'll play this time. Sorf looks at Ace Jack off.
She's gonna be sick if she
Jenny looks down
folds.
at Kings. She's gonna raise. She's got about 300 in stack. She makes it 100. Folds to Daryl, who goes all in for about 40 or 50. 60. That was my third number I was gonna say.
She's giving speech.
Baker and Bill talking about what they folded. So it was raised to 100. Daryl
And she lays it down.
Roberto and Big Bad Wolf call. Not the best flop for Pocket Queens, but that's been happening.
So a pair of tens is gonna take it.
She checks it. Barry's gonna
Daryl did pick up a flush draw on the turn, but pair of tens still good.
He's gonna put Pocket Queens in an odd spot if she make a good call here. She is ahead. Oh, no, looks like she's gonna fold. She might not fold.
Looks like the chips are over there.
This is a gross spot to be in.
Can I get 500, please?
She's gonna be sick if she folds.
Jenny's upset about the laying down the queens. It's just such an awkward spot when an ace comes out like that. Joey doesn't want a 5.
She's giving speech.
Sore folds. Jenny's talking to Baker. She calls a 5. Baker raises 30.
And she lays it down. So a pair of tens is gonna take it.
Bill calls a 30. Ursula calls a 30.
Daryl did pick up a flush draw on the
Joey calls a 30.
pair of tens still good.
Back on Jenny. Oh yeah. See, I don't. Whenever you go back and listen to the.
Jenny's upset about the laying down the queens. It's just such an
Okay.
odd spot when an ace comes out like that.
Flop, king, king, jack. Joey's ahead right now. Baker leads out for 75
Joey doesn't want to
with open ender. Ursula calls. She's got a gut shot.
sore folds.
Joey folds the best hand.
He calls a 5. Baker raises a 30.
It goes checked. What is it? Baker knew he was out kicked. He checks.
Bill calls a 30. Ursula calls a 30. Joey calls a
Ursula's
30.
gonna take it down.
Back on Jenny.
King, King, Jack. Joey's ahead right now. Baker leads out for 75
$10 straddle some
with open ender.
Is that straddle or no?
Ursula calls.
Straddle's from Bill.
She's got a gut shot.
I heard it, but it went like.
Joey folds the best hand. All right, I believe we got a straddle.
Check.
Roberto sneaks out.
Baker knew he was out kicked. He checks.
10. Yeah, it was Bill's straddle. We got 6 players to a flop.
Ursula's gonna take it down.
There are a lot of people with diamonds, but no one has 2 or any high ones.
It worked tonight. I'm
I saw you towards the end of that cheeseburger.
Baker bets 30 with his pair of aces.
so the end parts are all the greasy, juicy runs to like.
Sometimes I purposely leave. It's good that you're able to eat like this.
Yeah, it was much better than the sickly
It's going to be heads up, Baker and Jenny.
nipples on the cracker. Better than the nipples on the cracker I've had.
All right, I believe we got a straddle. Roberto sneaks out. 10. Yeah, that was Bill's straddle. We got 6 players to a flop.
Eat it out the mud, huh?
Sorf's still the biggest chip stack on the table right now.
I learned from the best.
People, there are a
I
lot of people
believe that's a straddle for 20 from Baker.
Baker bets 30.
Ursula makes a big raise to 70 with a little hand called pocket aces. Big Bad Wolf calls a 60. Roberto, I believe, just calls. He calls a 60. Roberto, we can see his hand. He has Jack 7. So this is all new. It's 4 ways to a flop. You do want action as with aces, but I don't know if you want this much. Baker checks to Ursula. She bets 200. Big Bad Wolf does have a flush draw. He calls it 225. Roberto goes all in for less. He's hoping for runner 8-9. They seem to be talking right now. They might be running it out. She shows it. Yeah, they're gonna run it out.
Stacked on the table right now.
She doesn't want a spade.
I believe that's a straddle for 20 from Baker.
No spade on that one. So aces and 10s with a 6 is gonna take it.
Ursula makes a big raise to 7.
Roberto did not hit it his runner.
A little hand called pocket aces.
Run out.
Big Bad Wolf calls a 60. Roberto, I believe, just calls. He calls a 60. Roberto, we can see his hand. He has Jack 7. It's 4 ways to a flop.
All right, everybody. That looks like the end of the stream.
You do want action.
I'm glad all you guys can make it. I hope you enjoyed.
This much.
And I hope to see you next week.
To Ursula. She bets
I think we'll have a great game. So, yeah. Same channel,
Big Bad Wolf does have
same
a flush
times
draw.
on Monday and Wednesday. So, have a great weekend.
225
Be safe.